Hello, this is going to be a different stream than I usually do. I'm going to be exploring art on my new drawing tablet. And today I've got some videos in a playlist, and I'm just planning on playing through them and seeing what they can teach me about drawing. I can show maybe what I've got in terms of drawing skills already. Hold on. Here we go. I drew... I'll move this in. Here we go. There's this that I drew, like, and it just kind of posted on Twitter. And that's kind of very basic drawing skills. I'm not too great at hair at the moment, I know. Many things, but especially not hair. And then, let's see. More recently was also this. So, definitely have a ways to go. Oh, make sure it's not being blocked by video. Yeah, definitely a ways to go, but it's a lot better than where I started, at least, so, you know, still pretty novice, but it's something. But I'm thinking that last picture there, maybe we can do that better by the end of the year or so. See how that goes. Revisit that one. And yeah. I'm thinking maybe I can also like just have like, I don't know, a picture I draw towards the end of each stream or so. Depending on the length, I guess, of how long it will take me. And then just, you know, have like a slideshow at some point at the end of the year, maybe, to kind of show my progress from where I'm at now to where I will be in a year. And so that's kind of my goal with these drawing streams. But anyway, let's get into this video, and then I might also do tracing. I have like some tracings I've kind of done here just to kind of explore some shapes. And so I might do more of that. It's like Sailor Moon here. But we'll see where this video takes me. Maybe draw some faces for now.
Nani? One thing I draw all the time with my characters are their faces. Who would have thought? And it's what I enjoy the most. And so in today's episode of YouTube Art School, I'm gonna show
Alright,
you
what you
my
got to
simple
teach me,
method to draw
Mark
anime
Brunette?
faces, which has kind of become my choice of style over the years. Oh, and also how to draw them from any angles, because it wouldn't be a good method otherwise. So grab your pencil and follow along. Pretty sure you should be able to do this even if you don't have much experience, and I'm going to be covering all the steps. So like with all faces, I think it's always easier to start with the head shape.
Yeah, so drawing a circle is kind of the first thing. I did watch some videos already, and just kind of, I'm not sure if it's this one, but there was some I watched where it kind of shows like a cube, basically, and like it shows this cube from different angles, and it kind of is really good for visualizing like how you would want to draw a head in that cube to have it facing different angles. So we'll see where this video takes us.
Features next. And all heads
It's been a bit since I've
with a
watched
circle.
this. I'm not sure if I watched it to the end or not. I think I might have. But anyway, he's saying draw a circle, so we're just gonna go along with this and draw a circle. I did it. Let's draw a better circle. Hold on. Yes. It's very hard drawing a perfect circle, but this is practice. Now that's alright. Let me just erase some of this. fix it up a bit. Okay. What you got for me, Mr. Internet Man?
So let's draw the face from the front first so that I can show you the correct proportions, and then we'll look at different angles. And
Man, looking at his circle really puts mine to shame, but we'll roll with it.
by the way, the circle can be kind of crappy. It doesn't have to be perfect. We'll erase most
Good.
of it
That's a good thing to hear. Alright.
along the way anyways. So let's split that down the middle, and on the
Alright, we're gonna split it down the middle. Just to have a front angle, presumably. Alright, we have a line.
left, I'll have the male version and the female version over here. The
Alright,
main difference
we're
at
gonna
this
do the
point
female
will just be
version.
the shape of the jaw. For females, I personally tend to extend the jaw, but just slightly, so that the overall head shape is still very much round-ish. But for males, I'll stretch down their jaws quite a bit more in comparison. We could
Alright, so we gotta do the jaw. Again, very new to this drawing tablet, so... Okay. Oh, that is not what I meant to do. Let me get my black again. Alright, I'm gonna undo that. I think I want to curve it more. Alright, let me retry this. Ooh. Something like that. There we go, that's okay. Yep. That is not a normal face. Alright. It's so weird drawing on a tablet. I'm definitely better on paper, but we'll get used to this. Oh gosh. I might need to adjust the angle of my tablet. Maybe just move my mouse out of the way. Surely I won't need that. And plugging my my headphones apparently. Good, good. I love doing that. Okay. Alright. Position this more closer. I could use maybe as like a longer desk to place my arm, but... Alright, oh, hold on. Move my mouse pad. Oop. Move this here. And this over here for now. Of course, this is moving also my iPhone, which I don't need it to. Okay. Just need to rearrange things. I'll need to figure this out more for next stream. Alright. Maybe this is better. Eh. Oh, that was still better. It's hard because my hand is also kind of blocking where it needs to go. There we go. Okay. We have a face shape, roughly. Good. Alright, now I need my mouse again. So, there was that problem. Alright. Mouse pad partially on the desk, but that will work.
You could also have stronger built female jaws and more feminine male jaws, I guess. Whatever you prefer. Just make sure that both sides
We'll
are
go with
symmetrical.
this.
And that's why we have that vertical line in there to help. If you're new to drawing faces, I'd practice this a lot before trying different angles. The next step will be to add the eyebrows because that's going to help us place everything else much easier. So
Okay, eyebrows
regardless
next.
of how you drew your jaw, the eyebrows will just go right below the center of that circle that we started with. You can pretty much ignore the entire top half. Nothing goes there except the hair. But I have a different class for that. Link in the description if you're interested. Anyways, like with everything, there are many ways to draw eyebrows. But most anime eyebrows are just two lines. So one slightly tilted this way and another tilted down instead. And the part towards the center
Yeah,
of the
this is
face
what
will
I
just
followed
have more
for,
thickness to it.
this video is what I followed for like my first few images that showed. But we'll do this again. Good practice.
How much thickness? You decide. So to complete the head shape, let's add.
Alright. I'm gonna figure out how I want to do my eyebrows here. It's weird because I also didn't draw like the line across here, like the horizontal line. But I can figure out roughly where that would be. Maybe like we'll do it here. Oh, that is not a good one. Alright. Alright. We'll roll with that.
The ears just above the corner of the jawline there, with the tip of the ear just below the eyebrow level. It's kind of this round.
Alright. So what kind of elf am I drawing? Okay. Ooh. I think I'm also sometimes accidentally pressing like a button on my pen. I don't mean to. It's too sharp. I think I want to do smaller. So it'd be kind of like that. Eh. I guess that's okay. We can roll with that. It's not gonna be even. Eh. We can maybe fix this up. Hold on. Okay, that's not too bad.
The parallelogram shape. Now, quality anime tend to draw all the details of the ear, so let's do the same real quick. Starting with the helix, the tragus,
Oh yeah,
going
this
into the
spot.
notch here, and then curving back up to the anti-helix.
Okay. I don't really feel like I do how he draws these ears as well.
That kind of forks in half as a it slides under the helix. This looks scary at first, I get it, but
Yeah, I don't think I can replicate that with this ear. It's too small.
honestly, it's super easy to do after a couple of tries. There are very few lines to remember, and it always looks the same regardless of the character. You learn this one, and you're set for life.
Hold on. I got an idea. What if we zoom in? You might be wondering, how do we zoom in? Well, I'm figuring that out now. There we go. Alright. Uh, the first size also should probably be adjusted. We're just gonna work with this. And that's kind of it. I'm just hearing my cat snore in the background. Okay. Yep. Those are two different looking ears, but let's move on for now.
Unlike the rest of the facial features that we're gonna do right now, the eyes are next, and the base of it will look like this. Kind of the opposite of an eyebrow, at a short line first, and then a relatively leveled curve. Then we come back with a
Okay. Oh, I'm pressing buttons, but it's impacting that screen. That's one thing I also gotta get used to. Okay. So do like a short line and then okay.
stronger curve that just fades halfway to the corner of the eye. The height of the eye can vary a lot depending.
Alright. Something like that.
if it's a character meant to be cuter or more serious, and personally I
Go
prefer
with
a
this.
thinner eye for males and a rounder one for females. Now next, there are many ways to draw the eyelashes again, but what I start with for females will usually look like a simple duplicate of the line that we started with for the eye, and then you can dress this up with more
something like sure. How about that?
or if you want, like adding bottom eyelashes, or maybe having that line in the corner of the eye here continue a little longer. And also for longer eyelashes, you'll just want to start from like the center
This is
of
the
the
first,
eye and extend them
the first
past the
face we're
initial
doing,
shape that we
so
drew for it. Otherwise it won't look quite right. It kind of has to radiate in all directions. So something like this. Males can of course also have thicker eyelashes, but usually, personally, I'll leave them the way they are.
alright. Okay. Oh, here's I'm going the other way. So like that makes more sense. Alright. Okay. Then
Anyways, moving on. Next, we can add
alright, this is not looking very anime, but
the upper eyelid fold, and that's just going to be the same line as the top half of the eye, but slightly more accentuated. You just want to make sure that it's not
oh yeah, I always forget about that part. I'm not gonna
longer
do
than
that
the eye.
part.
And if you're fancy, you can make that curve down more at the end here, the same way that the eyebrow curves down. See that? It just looks more anatomically correct. Another important thing to keep in mind, and I almost forget to mention, it's always to have roughly one eye's width of space.
I feel like
between
I
your
do
two
have
eyes.
that.
If you don't have enough space, the character will look mega derpy, and if it's too much, it'll look like some alien. Yikes. So yeah, probably avoid that. And this applies even if you have huge eyes, you still want a nice width in between them. Anya as proof. Now for the iris, again, the shape will have a big impact on how we perceive the character, with bigger, more cat-like irises best for cuter characters, and smaller ones for more mature.
Alright. That I feel is okay. We'll go with that.
More intimidating characters maybe. Again, I just use smaller ones for males and bigger ones for females. Easy. The pupil, if any, can also be big or small. Doesn't really matter. It's still small anyway.
I think we'll skip
But
the pupil
sometimes
for
you'll
this
see
one.
the specular highlights drawn with lines to make the eye look more sparkly. I usually color my characters, so I skip that step, but you can draw a
Actually, what if we do like, hold on. No. That looks okay. I don't think we're gonna color this, but we can do a bit of shading here. Pupils. Yep. Do. Okay. Let me do some. All right. Switch back to pen here. Let me do this side better. That's something. Okay.
A circle or two in the same spot for both eyes, and then fill the pupil and darken the top of the iris to make it pop a little bit. Something like that. That's like the anime starter pack.
It's
And
definitely
now we're not
a
missing
bit more
much.
detailed,
So,
but
as a rough guideline, I'll place the tip of the nose right down the middle of the space that we have left between the eyes and the chin. And this is the shape that I'll always have in mind when drawing it. It's not going to stay like that. We're just using this to construct it, but this shape.
oh yeah. So we can do like. I'm not sure if it's this video I saw in, but there's one video where it's suggested drawing this kind of shape and then just use that. Sort of. Figure this out. Hold on. What if we do, I don't know, something like that? Yep. Yeah, I also need to get used to just the thickness changing as I use this. I'm not very good at like a consistent kind of pen pressure or whatever. It's a lot easier with a pencil than a tablet.
Is perfect to draw the nose from the front, and especially from different angles, where it usually gets a lot more difficult to do it right. We'll see that in a second. For now, we'll just have this triangle thing, which is just the bottom part of that shape that we're able to see from our point of view. And then depending on the character, we could erase most of it to the point that there's really not much left. Maybe also split the shape in half and erase the rest for a simpler style, or leave more of the original shape to define the nose better. You'll see from different angles, this shape helps a lot, but it's always like the foundation of any stylized nose you draw, even the more simple ones. And with this should always be in the right spot. And then we're just left with the mouth to draw. Again, placing it right in the middle of that space that we have left. And for anime characters,
that looks
it's often
right.
just going to be a simple curve like that, with a little triangle below to help like give some thickness to the lower lip. Could be just a line too, but that's it. How's yours looking so far? Now, if you're also
Not like
interested to draw
yours.
the body to go along with it, and if you want to learn
But
build the
yeah,
skills to
it's
create
something.
awesome looking characters, learn all about anatomy, color, composition, design, how to paint digitally, and just much more. You should check out my art program that just happens to be on sale for a couple more days until the end of the month to celebrate reaching 27,000 registered students. You'll find a link to it in the video in my life. I can check it out. Just imagine an invisible line continuing from the circle that we drew for the head, like that, and then make it more or less wide depending on how strong you want the character to be in. Holy
I want
crap,
to move.
Kind of easy, no?
Yeah.
If you nodded, you should be up to what comes next. Different angles. Now this is going to be a lot harder, but there are a couple of guidelines that I think will help to know. The first one is the relationship between all the facial features when the head is tilted up or down. When the head points down, the whole face will seem to drop within the head shape. And at the same time, the ears will seem to rise in comparison.
Hey.
And it's obviously the opposite when the face looks up. And that's probably the most important thing to keep in mind. But there's more, because the face has a curve to it, right? It's not flat. Everything will follow that curvature when the head is pointed up or down, kinda like this. It's something that we don't notice just seen from the front in a neutral position. The eyes just seem kind of straight in that position, but they curve to follow that angle of the head as it tilts. Everything else will just follow that logic. So the eyebrows will look like they're curving in the same direction, the mouth as well, and the nose shape along with it. We'll either be able to see more of the underside where the nostrils are, or more of the top of the nose depending on that angle. And then once we're happy with the angle, we can then erase the outline and we should be left with a more abstract representation of it, but still an accurate one, which often doesn't look right when you don't use this kind of guideline for it. And I think it goes without saying, but the more extreme the angle, the more pronounced this effect will be. So I'd save the more extreme angles for when you have a lot of experience, because these are pretty hard. All right, now real quick, when seen from the side, there's actually one more guideline that we should also keep in mind, and that would be the perspective of the facial features.
Let's just go with that.
It's more straightforward for the head in a neutral position. Actually, it doesn't really apply. We just gotta make sure to gradually slide the features towards the direction of the head. And here it really helps at first to draw a symmetry line for the face, to have an idea of where the nose should be, to help center the mouth and make sure the eyes are where they should. As the head rotates, the nose will start to partially and then completely hide the farthest eye.
That
and
works.
the eye that remains visible will also appear to get a little narrower with the perspective. And we can also see that ear slowly creep into the silhouette of the ear as the head rotates. Now, when the head is seen from above...
Yeah, so I've already kind of followed that tutorial a bit, but we've seen that one. So let's go. How to draw a face. This is draw like a saw.
Hi guys, my name is Marcel and I heard that some of you might still have problems with drawing faces.
Maybe.
Maybe. Just a tad.
Yes.
I know how it feels being surrounded online on social media by artists that are way more experienced than you are, and you just want to know how they do it. What's their approach to art?
Let's see if I adjust my tablet more. Hold on.
So yeah, I've been there, I know this sucks. I've made a really basic video on how drawing basic faces from the front and from the side works. But I figured it would be cool for you guys to actually watch me, how I'm drawing faces in my style. All the while I explain...
Oh. I hit something apparently. Hold on. Restart the video.
Hi, baby. Artists set our approach to art. Basic video on how drawing basic faces from the front and from the side works. But I figured it would be cool for you guys to actually watch me, how I'm drawing faces in my style. All the while I explain what exactly I'm doing and how I'm doing it. So I just recorded myself while drawing a face and also added some explanations and tips. You can draw along if you wanna, just so you don't have to, you know. So let's take a look at the art supplies that I'm using. Let's keep it simple. All you would need is a piece of paper, any kind of pencil, traditional or mechanical, and of course an eraser.
I have a
Something
drawing
that I
tablet.
always like to use, even though you don't need it, is an eraser pen. It makes things a lot easier when you're dealing with details like eyes and you need precision while erasing. You don't need it, but it makes life a little bit less of a living hell. Okay,
Just my
we're
mic
set.
more.
That's all.
Okay.
Paper, pencil, eraser, and maybe even motivation and a will to live. Last one's optional though. And in case you want to know where I got my eraser or my eraser pen or my pencils from, I've linked all of them on my website for you guys to look up. Other than that, let's get started drawing faces like a sir. Before we start, please don't make the mistake of drawing some 1x1 inch shriveled up mess. You have the whole paper available, so why not use it? Also, in case you're drawing along in real time, you can always just make the video a tad slower with the playback speed. Okay,
There we go.
first
We got a
things
new-
first, a circle for the head. I know, shocker.
New
Now, in
canvas.
case you run into a roadblock here already, I've actually made a short tutorial on how to draw a circle. Go ahead and check that one out if you really can't handle this one already.
Alright. Might need to check that one out. Okay. That's okay. I mean, hold on. Let's use a video, though. Like a circle. Draw like a circle. Alright. Where is it? Oh. Wait, no, that's not it. Is this it? Hold on. Is it in the description? How am I supposed to draw a circle?
Now, I got used to drawing this guideline that splits the face in half. Made a shocker. Now, in case you run into a roadblock here already, I've actually made a short tutorial on how to draw a circle.
Is it a short? So it's one of these, maybe? I guess it's this. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Marcel and I'll show you
Is this
how
even
to draw
recording
a
properly?
circle, because I've heard that some of you are still struggling with that. First of all, if
Okay.
you're drawing a circle like that, stop it. Get some help. If you're actually paying attention, you would notice that no professional actually draws a circle like that. Okay, here's what you do. You're basically drawing a circle that's not gonna look perfect no matter
Yes.
what you do, and after that, you're trying to correct it in a way until it looks round enough. So you're basically shaping it bit by bit, just like you're a sculptor or a potter. The result looks kind of messy, I know, but it works well enough as a base for drawing a head and other stuff. If you need a very clean circle though, you could also slightly erase over your sketch and then trace the path that looks best for you. Also, don't get discouraged if it doesn't work first try, practice makes perfect. Thanks so much for watching, I've also made some shorts on how to
Okay. You know what? Let's try this. Look at this video.
Let's keep it simple. All you would need is a piece of paper while erasing. You don't need it, but it makes life a little bit less. A pen makes things a lot easier when you're dealing with details like eyes.
Alright, here we go.
Before we start, please don't make the mistake of make a sound block here already. I know, shocker. Now, in case you run into a roadblock here already, I've actually made a short tutorial on how to draw.
Alright. We will draw circle. Yep. First we need to get on the right screen. Alright. Alright. You know what? I think I helped. Just getting my hand doing the motion. Okay. There's a better circle. Ah. I'm being kidnapped by YouTube.
Quick, pop quiz.
What color?
How many times am I gonna restart this video? We were like right
faces like a circle.
here.
You have the whole paper available, so you
Ish.
can circle here line that splits if you really can't handle this
Alright,
one already.
222.
Now,
That's
I
what we
got
got.
used to drawing this guideline that splits the face in half. This doesn't make like a lot of sense for the front view. This is actually more helpful when it comes to more difficult perspectives, but I just got used to using this guideline in basically every view. The only thing that is left now is to connect the circle to this very guideline with a couple of strokes, so we have a complete head. By the way, this is probably the point where most people start having real problems. Depending on how you've literally connected the dots here, your head could turn out really great. Or it could just turn out like a fusion between Minecraft Steve and Johnny Sins. Depending on the proportions here, different characters obviously have different faces, but for simplicity's sake, I'll just keep it default here. Take your time and try.
Alright. There we go. We have... No, we don't. Never mind. I guess that works enough.
Try to draw a chin with a at least similar angle. I'm also adding a guideline so the eyes stay on the same height. Again, pretty important guideline here.
Okay. Maybe there? Okay.
Yeah, I'd say this guideline should be around at least double the height of the chin here. See, that's why I said the chin is important, because if your chin is off, so will be the whole rest of your face. And now, that was the hardest part. No, for real, when I'm drawing my...
Okay, so double the height of the chin. Mm. Yeah, the hardest part, or part of the hardest, is just not having a thing to rest my arm here. That doesn't help. Makes me wonder if I can find a way to extend my desk a bit. But anyway.
artworks, I always struggle the most with getting a decent looking, kind of symmetrical, good looking base. And once I do, the rest is just filling in the gaps. So if you're the kind of person that struggles with drawing eyes, for example, your problem probably isn't drawing eyes, it's about drawing a base where the eye fits in properly. And by the way, I've uploaded videos on how to fix that very issue, but let's continue with filling in the rest for now.
Okay.
What's left is basically just plain Sudoku. You only have to read the clues on what goes where. Your nose obviously starts in the middle of your face, and it ends roundabout where your jawline starts. I think that's still easy enough. As you can see, I'm just blocking in these facial features.
Oh yeah.
Like the mouth, which is next up.
Okay.
Your mouth is within.
So we do. Actually, I think he has it more like. Like that, maybe.
in this lower third of your face. So that's where I'm blocking it in. Now I think we're all aware that most people have problems when it comes to drawing eyes, so you could
Alright. That's a huge grin. Alright. Okay.
add just another extra guideline to have the eyes be on the same height. Again, that's not some baby guideline, that's something that I'm doing too. Just saying. A habit of mine is always to add a neck as well as the ears. Even
Alright. So maybe clear this out a bit. That's not the eraser. Okay. Alright. I think we'll get rid of this. Okay. And then we'll do a shortness here. Um, yeah. That's not quite good. Uh, Okay, that's okay.
if they are covered and not visible. I just always like to complete the whole head and neck
Okay.
so that I can estimate where the character's body is actually angled towards. This is not mandatory at all, but this is just the way that I draw.
Almost closed Clip Studio Paint. That's not what we were wanted. Okay. This feels like a big neck. Go with that.
Draw faces and heads, and that's nothing but another habit that developed over the years. And why, yes, I also block in the hair sometimes. Sounds redundant, but this could always be a helpful way to tell if the hairstyle has too much volume. Because if you're drawing single
Alright. Get rid of this. Okay.
strands right away, you can't tell if
You have it going from the hair, the eyes. Okay. Do. Sometimes it feels like my pen is not penning properly. Why am I moving this on the canvas? This is not what it's supposed to do. There we go. What? My eraser tool is not. Okay, why is it so big? What the heck? What? Why would the eraser tool start randomly removing things from... I just wanted to make it white. It's erasing too much. How do I make the eraser not do that? Hold on. I don't see a thing for that. Nope. Oh yeah, I should probably also add stabilization. That would probably help. I've not totally messed too much with this. I haven't had the time. But I probably will more off stream as well. How do I get my... I've never had this happen. Why is my thing erasing rather than... Well, erasing one way rather than another way? Clip studio paint. How to make eraser not erase white background. Okay. Have my... Oh. Wait, but... Okay, it says just to have your line out on a different layer from the background, which, yes, that would make sense, but it was always on the same layer. I randomly started doing that. I don't understand. Huh. I guess the paper is rasterized, is the idea. I need to create new layer. And then paper. I don't know what happened to the previous paper layer. Okay, but now that we have this, I should be able to go here, have the eraser, and there we go. Alright, we have learned more about Clip Studio Paint. Got it. Okay. Good. Now, about this video. I think we'll just leave the hair like this. It's very simple right now, but...
If it's too much or not at a single glance. And now that's that. The blocking stage. Yeah, maybe you can now understand why I'm always insisting of blocking in things, because if you're taking a look at your drawing right now, you can immediately spot if there's something off. So yeah, at this point, I still have one last chance to correct stuff before I start getting to draw the details. But that also means that if you've come this far, you're basically done, because there's almost nothing more that could go wrong here. The eyes are on the same line, you already have your hairstyle roughly planned out, and your will to live hasn't faded, so good job. Let's clean up. I'm erasing everything that's being covered by the hair. That's also another reason why I told you not to draw too small, because if you've drawn big enough, you should be able to erase these parts without much headache. But yeah, with an eraser pen, this is basically...
I basically already kind of done that.
Alright then, details aren't much effort either, at least for the most part. I like to just contour the mouth a bit for starters, and then add some teeth. This right here is also a habit of mine that people have pointed out a lot, drawing open mouths. That way I can make faces look a bit less flat by just, adding a row of teeth and make it look a bit more three-dimensional. I also always like to keep the nose a bit petite, so I'm just adding the nostrils and maybe a shadow. That's everything, nothing more.
Yeah, maybe get my
all that's
nose.
left are the eyes, at least for the rest of the face, and I'm drawing the eyes just like I did it in my tutorial on drawing eyes, and that's pretty much the way that I'm drawing a face. In case you are not just here for the face, but also for the whole head, like the hairstyle, don't worry, we'll also take care of that.
Okay. I think we'll do big pupils again. Oh wait. Go here and then here. Gosh, that is horrifying. Oh hey. Hey Nude Noodle. How are you? I'm learning to draw, as you can see by this. Okay, don't worry, we can fix it. uh, hold on. We do. Man, why is my pen at size 42? Okay, well, now it needs to be at this point because that is way too small. Doing some ranked on League? Cool. Where you maining? What character are you main? I also play League of Legends. I'm a Sona main. Oh gosh. You're not playing your main? Did Riot nerf them in the new season? Okay, I think we're gonna need to maybe do these eyes differently. I recently got leveled a new account 30. I got placed in Iron 1, and I can't carry his flesh. Well, I mean, you're still a rank ahead of me, or at least where I was. I haven't done any ranked this season, but I'm horrified for the opportunity to eventually. So I'm doing Xerath mid. Xerath's very, very strong. I don't know, well, I say that based on the old season, he might have been nerfed. I don't know. Do like smaller pupils. It's better. Alright. So I'm currently bronze 3 though. Oof. That's... I say oof because that hurts me. That's actually somewhere I've not been to. Good job. Oh, that's too thick. Alright, let's drop it down to like 25. I think sometimes I'm like hitting buttons on my thing and it's randomly changing the brush size without me noticing. Worst thing about being bronze is trying to reason with your teammates, like how am I supposed to win a game when they flame you for trying to play macro? Yeah. I feel like that's definitely the hardest part about being in like iron or bronze. It's just the team. I mean, I still have time, so I do a bad game and stuff, you know, but oh, game start. Go Gem. You got this. His eyes are looking still crazy, but not as crazy as they were. So we'll take that as a W.
For the hairstyle, I always try to envision the origin of where the hair is actually coming from. And now all that I'm doing is to add the strands so they match up with this origin point.
I'm not gonna do too much detail on the hair, I don't think.
I also tend to double check from time to time. If you keep this in mind as well, my technique here should be working.
I should
out
do the
quite
brows
decently.
though.
And that
Is that looking okay? You just do a little bit there. Okay.
that's it. That's at least the way that I'm drawing a face.
Alright, I think I'm gonna add a bit more to the eyes, the top of them. Okay. Here we go. I mean, it's not bad. Well, it is bad, but it's not an abomination. So, yeah, it's a face. It's a face.
Or more like a whole head. And now that we are done, may I offer you an accord? Here's how it goes.
There's an Elden Ring reference that I get because I've played like the first few hours of Elden Ring. So I somewhat get that reference. Okay.
You receive a whole overview of this video in one image, and
I think he's done the tutorial. This is one that I kind of wanted to watch. Hold on. We'll get to it once I think take a bit of a break, grab a sandwich, head to the bathroom, and then yeah, I'll be back. First gotta put up the BRB screen and then some music to chill. BRB screen and music. Okay. I got my sandwich. I got my gamer subs. We got Nile Nectar gamer subs. I'm just gonna be eating while I continue drawing. Actually, I think I'm gonna watch this video, so let's get to that.
If you started art late, it can sometimes feel like you've already failed before you've even begun. You scroll through social media, see other younger artists drawing like gods, and can't help but compare yourself. And that voice in your head goes, "It's too late. I don't have the talent." And with AI art everywhere, what's even the point now? And it completely destroys your motivation. But as someone who started art late myself, learning it only after graduating uni and still being able to reach a professional level and work with various companies and win awards, I realized that starting art
This
late
channel is very
isn't
interesting.
actually a disadvantage. In fact, it can be one of your biggest strengths. And in this video, I'll explain why the fears you have about starting late are actually just common misconceptions, and show you the advantages.
This is
you
like
have
a copium
because
video
you
for
started
me.
late. By the way, if you're new here, hey, I'm Ori.
That
and
way
on
I
this
can
channel, I make videos that explore how to improve both our art and our
cope about
skills.
starting
Also,
late.
thanks to Printful
Now
for
I'm
currently
better.
sponsoring today's video.
Not really,
If
but
you want to turn your art into high
I feel like it's
quality
probably
merch you
better
can sell
not
without
start
having to worry
late.
about upfront costs, check out the link below.
There might be some advantages
So, for a
though.
long time, one of the biggest fears I had was that I started too late. Everywhere on the internet, I'd see artists who were not only way better than me, but who also started way earlier. And it made me wonder if there was even a point in me learning art. For example, Pixiv holds these illustration contests for high schoolers, and I remember seeing the winning entries back in the day and thinking, my
Fun
god,
fact,
these kids are way younger
if you're like,
and already draw like pros.
even if you're chewing with your mouth,
Meanwhile, my drawings look like
hold
they
on,
got hit by
let me
a
pause
bus
this.
and were ready to be
Even if you're chewing with your mouth, your VTube avatar weirdly like chews with the mouth open. That's just because it tracks your jaw. I'm not actually chewing with my mouth open, but it just looks that way with how it tracks.
reincarnated into another world. I also remember reading that you learn faster when you're younger. So what chance did I even have? Felt like I started way too late to get good at drawing, way too late to become an artist. And honestly, I carried this fear with me for years. It wasn't until later, after I'd actually made it as an artist and spent a lot of time understanding how learning works, that I realized the truth was completely different from what I believed. First of all, art is not like sport. In sport, your physical abilities peak when you're young, and there's a real biological clock working against you. But art works differently. It's mostly a mental skill. Which brings up the question, do our brains also have a clock counting down against us that makes us worse at learning art the older we get? Thankfully, science has the answer to this, and there's actually been a lot of research done on the subject. It turns out our brain's ability to rewire and learn is called neuroplasticity. And research has clearly shown that our brains remain plastic even as we get older. In other words, we can learn skills like drawing.
I mean, this is all like true, but I feel like if you start earlier, you still like, even though you can acquire this knowledge at whatever age, starting earlier kind of makes you like have the experience to like then, pursue more experience for like more advanced things. Whereas if you start late, you're still kind of like you have the neuroplasticity, but like it's directed towards much more basic stuff, I feel.
No matter how old we get. Now, you might be wondering, but don't younger people just learn faster? And with some things like languages, there's actually some truth to that. There is an early window in our lives where it's easier to get a native-like accent and feel for the grammar. But when it comes to skills that a native,
Hold up. What is this bad accent?
There is an early window in our lives where it's easier to get a native-like accent.
A native-like accent. Did I just not do that? I sound British. Why do I sound British? I don't even know.
And feel for the grammar. But when it comes to skills that involve fine motor control and hand-eye coordination, which is closer to drawing than languages are, research shows that older teens and adults can learn just as fast as kids, and sometimes even faster, especially when the practice is focused and deliberate. There's also a study showing that people in their 60s to 80s who learn drawing for the first time can make big improvement in just a few weeks. So with art, you're not locked out just because you didn't start as a kid. When I first decided to take art seriously, I spent 4.5 months pouring my heart out and drawing this manga I thought was awesome.
He's literally
And the
Goku.
result was so bad that when I showed it to my friends, they laughed and said it looked like a B-rate manga. But I decided to keep on going and practicing anyway, and over time, my art improved. Because what I found through my journey and from talking with other artists is that improvement in art isn't determined by your age. Instead, what really matters is the time and effort you put in, how consistently you show up, and how you practice. Yes, younger artists might have a head start. And it's true that when you're older,
Yeah, that's kind of...
your time might be more limited because of work,
Oh, kind of
studies,
true.
family. But that doesn't mean it's too late, or that your brain can't learn to draw well. And if you stay
I
consistent,
mean, it doesn't mean it's too
even
late,
drawing
but it's
just a
kind
little
of...
bit each day,
You're
you'll be
disadvantaged
shocked at
still.
how much you can improve in a single year. Another big fear a lot of people who start art late have is this idea that they just aren't talented. Now, talent is a word that I honestly have mixed feelings about sometimes. Once in a while, I get comments on my art like, "You're so talented," and I definitely appreciate the kind compliment. But it also reminds me how invisible the journey really is. Because people tend to only see the final result, not the years of practice and hundreds of terrible drawings behind them. So it's really easy to come to the conclusion
That's kind of one reason why I want to do this, is like... This way people can see my terrible art. So like when I'm making like bangers, people can be like, damn, this image of this... Hold on. It's confusing me with this many monitors and like screens of different monitors. But anyway, people can see this like crazy looking face and be like, damn, this face here led to this banger of an anime goal picture. And so that is why we do this.
that some people, especially if they happen to be younger than us, were simply born gifted in some way. Early on in my art journey, I couldn't help but feel that way too every time I saw the amazing art the artists I looked up to were creating. So I realized that I had to make the invisible visible, and made it a habit to look at the oldest art posted by the artists I admired, the first drawings they ever uploaded. In doing so, I discovered that basically all of them also started with imperfect, messy beginner art, where they were still trying to figure things out, just like the rest of us. And for many of them, it took years before they reached a really high skill level and had their big breakthrough as an artist. Doing this really helped put things into perspective for me. And whenever I got
That's one thing actually, when I was doing creative writing classes in university, that's one thing my professor did, is like he showed us, you know, certain books and kind of explained like how these are like big popular published books, but they still have a bunch of mistakes in them actually, that like the author missed, the editor missed, the publisher missed, like everyone just missed. All the proofreaders, everything. So it'd be like a common one is like, you have words like laid, lane, lay, laying, lays, you know, just these words. And like, it's so easy for even like professional artists, authors, to get these confused. And like for no one to notice. And so like, you think, in his opinion, like if you manage to like nail those, that was like a really big sign that you were actually like a really big deal as an author. Um, he also pointed out like this. I remember one example was this book called Verity. It was super popular on Amazon like a few years ago, bestseller, and it starts off with like this weird plot point where a girl is walking down the street and like this person near her gets like splattered on a truck, and the whole purpose of this like thing that you would think would be like a big climatic moment, like maybe it's gonna lead to, you know, a direction where she gets therapy or something in the story or something, but you know, it's gonna be this huge inciting incident, right? She has this happen like right in front of her, it splatters blood all over. It's actually really just so that she gets blood on her jacket so that she goes to like the laundry or whatever place and like meets a guy. And that's the whole purpose of this guy being splattered by a truck. That's that and like providing a sort of hook to the story. It's not actually like really a huge benefit to the story in any way, you know, as a story. Unless you really think about like the hook of the story, but the hook of the story is more just a selling point really than actual good writing. If you have a good hook, you know. That's just more a marketing thing that the publisher will like, but it's not actually what makes your, you know, authorship good or bad, really. But anyway, we can get back to this video and get back to my sandwich.
Frustrated at the slow progress I was making, I was able to remind myself that improvement simply takes time. Also, there's actually research done on hundreds of art students that found that IQ, personality, and even how vividly you can visualize things didn't predict who was good at drawing. The students who were better turned out to be the ones who spent more time drawing, used more techniques, and had a more strategic approach to learning. So what I found is, if there is such a thing as natural talent, the closest thing to it is resonance. Some people are naturally drawn to drawing, and even if they don't always find it fun, they find that putting in the hours feels meaningful, and the overall process is satisfying in some way. So they don't mind practicing and even learn to enjoy it. Over time,
This is
that
why we can
naturally
expect
builds
many
up their
drawing
skill
streams
level.
too,
But even then,
because I need
resonance
time to
is
practice.
actually something we can also build up.
So
Think about games. We find games we're pretty good
my
at
streaming
fun,
time is gonna be
but if we
kind of
really
converted to
suck
drawing
at it
time.
and get completely destroyed every single time we play, chances are we won't enjoy it and we won't want to play again. In the same way, we naturally like things we're good at. The more we practice, the better we get. The better we get, the more we enjoy it. And the more we enjoy it, the easier it feels to keep practicing. And this positive cycle continues to build up. So the reality is, nobody is born with a brush in their hand or a 24-inch LCD drawing tablet suddenly able to draw well. Great artists are built through time, repetition, and the right kind of practice. And the good news is, practice is something you can control. Now, if you're wondering how to actually
I mean,
practice
not
in the right way,
time to
I'll
practice,
soon be
but you
releasing
know,
my course
other than
where
that,
I'll walk you step by step through the fastest way to learn anime art, cutting out all the wasted time and giving you clear lessons and quests that actually help you improve. It's called the Anime Art Accelerator, and it's designed especially for beginner and intermediate artists who want
What
to
is
speed
this?
up their progress. So if you want to be the first to know when it's ready,
It's a
you can
membership
join
thing.
the waiting list through the link in the description. The third big fear that a lot of people who start art might have
controversy.
is the feeling that AI has already made learning art pointless. AI is definitely a big ongoing concern for all of us here in the art community, and particularly if you're someone that's starting or started art late in this day and age. At a glance, what AI can spit out in a couple of seconds looks way better than what you can draw early on in your art
Definitely, the output is better.
Of course, if you look closer, you start to notice that the details are messed up in some way. but it's still enough to be demotivating.
Yeah.
And feel like the deck is completely stacked against you.
Well, I mean, I don't find it
definitely understand
demotivating
what it feels
because
like, because I also had a similar
the thing
concern
is,
when
okay,
AI
my take on AI is basically like there's no fulfillment really in it. Like the outputs are perfect, but you know, the thing is, if you only care about the outputs, if it's like you need it for, you know, a prototype of a game or, you know, goon material or something, I don't know. That's, you know, that's just, yeah, you want it for the outputs and not like anything meaningful really. But if you want to find like fulfillment in it, you get much more fulfillment. Drawing something yourself, even if it's kind of like the output is ultimately not a great result, compared to like if you know just toss in a prompt in an AI generator or something. So I think it's even the same with like with commissioning artists too. Like, you know, there's a reason why people want like the actual Leonardo da Vinci works rather than so much like, you know, just prints of Leonardo da Vinci's work. Like the print of Leonardo's, you know, Mona Lisa has no journey to it. There's no fulfillment in it, really. It's just kind of like an output, you know, it's the art piece, it's there to put on your wall and, you know, not think too much about it. But the actual Mona Lisa, obviously, it's the freaking Mona Lisa. It's the Mona Lisa. You have that on your wall, and it's like, damn, you have the Mona Lisa on your wall. Like, you know, Leonardo worked on that so much. There's so much to that, really. And so I don't think like it's really making, you know, artists obsolete or anything. People are always gonna want like AI, or always want like art by artists. It does, though. I think AI presents like complications for artists. Like you have people who will like trace things and then pretend it's like, you know, legit their art, but it's not. And then similarly, you have people who will like AI generate, you know, an image and present it as theirs, and they'll like charge people money on like, you know, platforms like VGen. I know VGen had this with an AI artist. At least one, probably multiple. And so it kind of makes it more like you wouldn't really want to, you know, commission art unless you could have a good idea that it probably isn't like AI generated, you know, probably through getting like a not a PDF. What's the PSD file? That's what you probably want, so you can see all the layers and everything. So requiring stuff like that can definitely make it more annoying for like, you know, artists, especially if they don't use a program where they can share their PSD files. So it's, you know, it doesn't like not hurt artists at all, especially since, you know, there's also just the more scrutiny if you don't want to provide like the PSD file for whatever reason. So there is like, yeah, harm to artists, but it's not like a career-ending harm, I don't think.
art started becoming a big thing, as at the time I was still very much an unknown artist that hadn't made it yet.
There's also like the copyright issues and stuff. I wouldn't really consider it like a big issue really, and if it's just like lightly derivative. But you know, there are times where you take like the Mona Lisa and then make it like a Van Goghified thing, and it's like, okay, yeah, it's still clearly Leonardo's like work there that I'm looking at, even if it's got like all these other colors around it. So yeah, it kind of depends on the AI image in particular, really, how derivative it is, in my opinion.
I started seeing AI art everywhere on social media. And I remember sitting there one night thinking, man,
Also, seeing AI art everywhere is kind of annoying too. Like, I was kind of looking at Pinterest as one place for like sample images to kind of trace. Um, Pinterest though is kind of flooded with AI. Like, you can kind of mitigate it with your settings, but it's still definitely there even if you have the settings all adjusted. The algorithm doesn't remove it totally. So there are like other sites, like I think Cara, spelled Cara, that have like no AI, and like you go there and you don't see really any AI art, at least from what I've seen. So there's that, which is probably better. It's kind of like a better Pinterest in that way, or at least a non-AI Pinterest. But yeah, it's also less popular, so there's just less on there,
and
which is
did
one
all those
downside.
years I spent learning to draw just become meaningless? Is it no longer possible for me to achieve my goal of becoming a professional artist? And I felt an intense mix of anxiety, fear, frustration, and unfairness. But despite carrying all that uncertainty inside, I decided to keep on going anyway. And thankfully, I still managed to break through and find my way as an artist. Looking back, there are two big realizations that I had. First, AI art is kind of like fake jewelry. At a quick glance, it can look dazzling and impressive. But the moment people realize it isn't the real thing, a lot of the value and respect
That is kind of true.
disappears.
That was a good
One of the
analogy
biggest
too.
reasons for that, I think, is because across all countries and cultures, we as
Again, it's the same with a
humans
print.
really
Like,
respect things
from
such
afar,
as time,
a print
skill,
looks like what it's printed to be, but you look up close, it's like you don't see the brush strokes and stuff. It's kind of like, this is just basically a poster.
and effort to create. And when something is obviously made by AI, people know the person behind it didn't really do the work, and so respect is lost in the process. In fact, there's even research that found that when people thought a human made a painting, they rated it as more beautiful, more meaningful, and even said they'd pay more money for it. They also felt like it had more story and effort behind it. But when they were told it was made by AI, their ratings dropped, even when the image being shown was exactly the same. So just knowing there's a human being behind the work literally changes how much people value and respect it.
Yeah, that is true, I think. I don't know. I would just kind of relate it to like, there's different terms for it that he uses. For me, I would just say fulfillment. That's the main thing that's kind of lost, rather than like respect. But I think that's kind of just semantics, really. There is something of value definitely lost when you discover like something is made with AI, just either by seeing something saying that, or just looking at it closely and being like, a human would not have drawn this like that way. If the hair is like kind of merging into itself like a Ouroboros, kind of weirdly, that is one sign. And once you see that, it's kind of like, this loses some value to me.
The second realization I had is that humans are drawn to other humans. A good example of this is chess. Right now, AI is far stronger than any human chess player. And if people only cared about performance and the end result, then chess as a sport would pretty much just be AIs playing against each other. But that's not what people are interested in. In fact,
There was, if I remember right, I think it was like during Napoleon's time, so like maybe early 1800s. There was like some chess playing robot thing, supposedly. I think it was just like, a trick, and it was actually just a person there. But it's supposedly a chess playing Ottoman, like Turkish robot. I think it played chess. And yeah, I don't know. It was kind of like a interesting like thing in history that was kind of weird. But I think Napoleon Bonaparte maybe played chess with her or something. I have no idea. It's just a random fact that I've heard.
Chess is thriving
I forget
on
the details.
YouTube and Twitch, and people are watching.
But this kind of reminded me of that.
They follow their favorite streamers and grandmasters. They care about their personalities and stories, their mistakes, big wins, blunders, and rivalries. Because at the end of the day, we're drawn to other humans because we can relate to them. We can feel their struggles and emotions, and we respect the hard work they've put in and what they stand for. I think there's a lot of truth in that for art as well. We're already seeing this in how audiences react when big companies use AI art to cut corners. People get upset. It feels cheap, low effort, and disrespectful to both the players who spent their money on the game and the artists the studio could have hired. On the other hand, when a game or project proudly uses human-made art, people often see that as a plus. It feels more premium, effortful, and higher quality. And at the end of the day, although people
I feel like
choose
that's all
support
true.
artists for their art, the art isn't just technical execution. It's a blend of skill and artistic taste that comes from your unique human elements, your personality, experiences, and preferences. So I think there will always be value in human-made art, and it may even become more valuable as the human element becomes a premium in a world of AI. By the way, if you're enjoying the video, I hope you consider subscribing to the channel.
Again, I think it's also another example would be like, you know, a lot of people care more about a product being made in like, you know, France or Scotland or, you know, all these different kind of countries, Switzerland, rather than if it was just made in China. Like a watch that was made in Switzerland is gonna be valued more by a lot of people than a watch that was made in China. Even if they're like in all like aspects of just looking and holding it basically the same. I think people are just gonna value like the Swiss one because, you know, I mean, Switzerland is kind of known for its clocks. So, you know, in China, meanwhile, is kind of known for like its manufacturing, which is impressive, but, you know, also kind of ends up in a lot of cheap kind of Temu products that don't really, you know, last the end of time, like, you know, last very long or often have defects to them subtly or like just often cheap materials. People value like, you know, where the thing comes from, even if it's visually the same. Might also involve like a bit of discrimination there by some people, depending on the case. But you know, there was also kind of like a you know, seed of truth to the stereotypes in the reality.
Now that we've addressed the big fears and misconceptions, let's go through the 2 core advantages you have because you started art late. The first one is the outsider advantage. In psychology, there's a phenomenon called the Einstellung effect. Simply put, this is when every time you're faced with a
The
problem,
most German name for a thing.
using a familiar solution that worked before, even when a better or simpler one exists. Specialists, people who spend their whole life in a single narrow field, are especially vulnerable to this. They've been solving similar problems the same way for years, so when a new problem appears, their first instinct is to just reach for the same old solution on autopilot. This affects artists too. Just like any field, in art, a handful of styles and methods become the most popular and turn into the dominant model of what success looks like. And for good reason too. They've clearly shown that they work, so there's a lot to learn from them. And most of the time, studying what makes them work is exactly what you should do in order to improve quickly. However, if everyone starts defaulting to those successful styles as the answer to everything, without ever taking the risk to experiment or try new approaches.
That is kind of true. Like, I really like a darker aesthetic to things. I feel like there's a very basic anime style that I find very boring. And I feel like it's so much cooler when you have, like, like, I feel like it's kind of like, I don't know, just a lot of old classic kind of anime. It's kind of unimpressive in terms of, like, how much it stands out from all the others. I'm trying to think of an example. Having a hard time. Maybe like Haruhi Suzumiya, like that anime. It's a very pretty basic kind of anime style. Like, obviously there's some differences, but it's very much like a lot of other anime. You know, Black Cat is an anime that's like a bit more out there, but also fairly similar. I feel like, it's much more interesting when you get like anime like, Basilisk, which, Basilisk looks way more unique and stuff, stands out more to me than like something like Haruhi, or Toradora is another one. I think it's so much cooler when you have like, more style to it. Right now, obviously, I'm not really gonna be good enough to like really do too much styling, but at least it's not a huge concern. Oh, you're so fucking tired. I'm guessing the game didn't go well. We're watching I don't know if you've been watching, but been playing a video. 40-minute game felt like 2-hour game. Oof. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe the game's been a bit longer. It's not as long as they like used to be when I started. I think I started like in 2017 or so, 2018 around then. So it's definitely still shorter than that is, but back then I think 40-minute games were like kind of the norm. you would be like in agony if it was like an hour game or something. But oh, you did great. Most damage on my team, and the only reason I died was trying to help my team. Yeah, that also happens. Sometimes you've got like games where you're doing great, but then your other team is like feeding them. And so like you try and help them out. Maybe you can like, beat the people they fed, but like just with everyone else, it goes very poorly for you. Just trying to like fight that many people and carrying all the weight. Oh no, it's fine. You can complain. I think there's certain kinds of toxicity I wouldn't want in my chat, like, obviously like flaming other people and stuff like that. But, well, I guess that is kind of flaming other people, but, other people that are present, but just complaining about, your team being shit, that's a pretty normal League thing, I think. Pretty normal level of toxicity. Anyway, I want to get through this video, and also get through my sandwich. So we're gonna continue.
And create new styles that might also work or even be better. Then the whole space slowly starts to become stale and everything begins to look and feel very similar. This is where outsiders come in. Research consistently shows that people who come from different fields or backgrounds and seen and done different things are often better at solving problems from unexpected angles and coming up with original ideas than people who've only done one thing all their lives.
That's one thing I kind of thought about was like, I really like a lot of different styles. And so I was thinking like, what can I learn from those to like incorporate a more like anime kind of thing? Like, to have something kind of more unique-ish. I wouldn't say I was flaming anyone. I can go more into detail as to why I think we lost. Then I would start flaming other people. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's like a light flaming, like a, you know, maybe like just a smoke cooking thing. Like you smoke meat and stuff sometimes. Smoke cooked like ham. Not like you know, roasting, like, you know, roasted turkey, but like a smoked turkey. I don't know. I'm gonna get back to my sandwich.
A good example of this from history is Thomas Edison, one of the most famous and prolific inventors in history. He didn't grow up rich, and by the age of 12, he was already working on trains as a newsboy to earn money. So he didn't have a fancy education or an elite background in science or engineering. Instead, he learned through reading obsessively, wanting experiments and real-world experience. And over about
I'm not too much a fan of Thomas Edison. I feel like he was kind of like the Elon Musk of his time, where, like, you know, yeah, they create a few things, but then a lot of what they get accomplished for it are just like the things that they've paid inventors to make for them, and so they could get the credit, which is an important thing, you know, because inventors need money to invent a lot of things, but it's not like, you know, he actually invented all the patents that he has, you know, under his belt. It's just like a few very notable ones. With Elon Musk, I don't know. I feel like Elon Musk does also likewise have some accomplishments that are genuine. Like he was kind of important for, like, you know, spreading, like, you know, electronic car charging stations all over the place, even though they were originally like Tesla exclusive, but, you know, he did have a role to play in there, and now there's like a lot of infrastructure that any electronic car can use. That makes it way more viable, unless you're living in like a rural area, of course. Invention is very rarely fully original. I feel like, I don't know, I would need to like kind of think more about that. I mean, yeah, that is true. If you mean like most inventions use the ideas of previous people, like, yeah, that is pretty true. There's also times where, like, I know, I think it was Heron of something, Alexandria or something, Hero or Heron, one of those. I've seen both. And he invented basically like a steam engine kind of technology. But he also, obviously, this being like ancient Greece, he had no idea how to utilize a steam engine kind of thing. So he just kind of used it to entertain people by making it like spin a ball or something around. You know, not realizing it could like power a whole bunch of shit. But, you know, obviously, like today you have steam engines, and it's not really like based on what, you know, Hero of Alexandria did, but it's the same concept, kind of using steam to make, you know, things move. That, you know, it's not so much like an original idea, but it is also kind of original in the application. So yeah. And then also, you know, I also think of like computers with how, like, you know, those kind of involved, if you watch Pirates of Silicon Valley, that's like a movie where you kind of see like, you know, all these different people, like, you know, Bill Gates stealing kind of from Apple, but, you know, pretending he's not stealing, you know, while still stealing. And then they also had like previous, like, you know, businesses that they kind of stole from to kind of like get computers to where they are. You know, obviously with their own like greedy aims, but I kind of understand that. I don't really watch movies much either, but this is what like my high school computer teacher showed us, and then I think it was like, I'm not sure if it's on YouTube for free still either, but I know for a while it was free on YouTube. But it was a pretty good movie. I don't know, at least for learning the history of Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. I don't think it was like fully accurate. There's some like dramatization to make it exciting, but it does kind of give like a rough idea. I know how to watch it for free. Oh yeah. Unironically, okay, so I have a long story. It's not gonna sound related to this, but there will be a related part. So I got this drawing tablet. I needed a display to HDMI port cable from one of my monitors, so I could have my usual 3 monitors set up in addition to the drawing tablet. So I'm looking for this cable. Walmart was sold out of it. Best Buy didn't have it either. I don't know if they were sold out or they just didn't sell it. I went to the mall, checked places like, Rogers and like Best Buy Wireless and stuff like that. All phone companies, so obviously they didn't have it. But then eventually, like, I was just looking on Google for like, okay, what are places near me that would have it? One was Staples, but I didn't go there because I found like this other, small building, which was just, I guess, a, place where they make like gaming computers for gamers. And so I'm like, okay, maybe they'll have it. And sure enough, they did. But anyway, while I was at the mall on my quest to get this cable, there was like a neat little shop that I found there, which had like a bunch of records, but also like movies and stuff like that. And it also had a section for anime, and there was like a box set of Inuyasha. I was like really considering getting this box set for like the first season of Inuyasha, and then also like all the movies. But then I'm like, wait, I could easily just watch all this like for free again, like I have. Why would I need the box set? I have piracy. And so that's like maybe the only time that piracy actually kind of stopped me from purchasing something, which I've never had before. But yeah, that was my experience today. Is finding out piracy actually does stop sales. I mean, kind of obvious, but it's true.
10 years, he basically gave himself his own education because he was an outsider.
I also gotta say, shout out to the gamers for being the people who actually have the cable. Of course, it's not like Walmart or Best Buy. It's this tiny building for gamers that actually had my cable. Gamers saved me. We love gamers here.
His mind wasn't.
When it comes to a few things I end up buying, I enjoy through piracy. Yeah, I mean, there's also like sometimes where like I will buy things I could get for free, but it's kind of more like, I don't know, if I want to like support the place. Like I kind of did that with GeoGuessr, and then I've realized soon after, well, I could have just gone to OpenGuessr and got it for free. I went with GeoGuessr because, I like, what they did by setting everything up and, being the first people to do it, having this better, like, user interface and everything. Then they charged me money, like, just when I clicked to, like, I clicked a button to, like, buy some premium GeoGuessr stuff. And instantly they charged me because they have my card on there. And I was like, okay, I would have liked to see, the plans, how the details of it, like how much it would charge me. But no, they just instantly sold it to me without showing me how much I'd be paying or anything. So I got a refund eventually after like really pushing for like a full refund instead of a half refund. And also that was also kind of a nightmare because when I tried to get refunded, they just removed my like everything even though I only wanted like the upgrade kind of refunded. So yeah, that was just a nightmare with GeoGuess, and then after that I was like, I don't even know if I want to support GeoGuess again. I might go back to it, but I just that kind of left a bad taste in my mouth about wanting to support them versus just using OpenGuesser. But we'll see.
Boxed in by one rigid school of thought.
It is still
like
better than
a lot of the
OpenGuesser.
formally trained specialists were. And that became his advantage. When he faced a problem, he approached it fresh, pulled in ideas from different places,
Oh, it's fine. I like supporting the games I think deserve it. Yeah, exactly.
and came up with novel solutions and inventions that literally changed the world we live in. The same principle applies to people who start out late. You might be later to the drawing part, but you're not starting from zero. You've seen other problems, other ways of thinking. You've worked with different kinds of people, and you can bring those unique influences and experiences into your art journey and experiment.
But yeah, I do kind of feel like experimenting with like, oh, be right back. Okay. I do kind of feel like experimenting with like different styles. Like, I don't know, there's painted styles, there's like comic styles, there's like, you know, a bunch of kind of darker styles that can be kind of messed with. Like, hold on. Let me pull one up. Yep. Oh shoot, hold on, video's kind of blocking it. There's like this kind of style, which I think is cool. Stuff like this, it's like, you know, it'd be neat to like trace it maybe in the future and learn what I can from it, you know, how it does the hair and everything. Like, you know, just looking at it, you can kind of see like, you have like the little spiral in the eye detail. You have how they do like the, you know, the eyelashes, the little like kind of beg under their eye. There's like how they do the clothing. You know, it has like a white outline. There's a lot to observe. Like when you just look at this image and, you know, how they kind of drew everything. You know, the angle of the body, so much that you can kind of just learn from. So that's what I'm thinking of kind of doing as like part of just learning to do art. Is just looking at different pieces of art and then seeing what they did that I can learn from.
Mix ideas and try weird combinations. You're able to connect dots that someone who's only done art all their lives might not even see, which is exactly where a lot of originality comes from. All of this actually ties into something called your unfair advantage. The idea comes from a book of the same name where the authors talk about how everyone has a unique mix of advantages that other people can't easily copy. You can figure out your unfair advantage using the Miles framework. The first is M, which stands for money, and this is about the resources you have access to. Maybe you're able to get high quality drawing equipment, or invest in books and courses. Or perhaps you can take some time off to practice more. Or you simply have more free time available because you're younger and don't have many responsibilities yet. The next is I, which stands for intelligence and insights. This is about your book smarts, street smarts, people skills, and creativity. Maybe you're good at understanding and analyzing what works and why, or staying on top of trends and
I
what
feel like this
resonates.
one I'm good at.
The next is L, which stands for location and luck. These are things like where you live, who you're surrounded by, or random opportunities you've stumbled into. Maybe you're near a convention scene, have artist friends, or happen to know someone in the industry who can help you out. The next is E, which stands for education and expertise. This is about what you already know and have learned before. Your previous career, degree, or long-term hobbies. All of that gives you a mix of knowledge and perspectives others don't have. And the last is S, which stands for status. This is about your social and inner status. Social status are
Oh, and that last one, it kind of makes me think of basically, I forget if it was like Stephen King or some author, basically. Some famous author said, like, if you're really into creative writing, don't pursue like a creative writing degree, pursue like other things. Because that way, you know, you actually learn different things to write about. Like if you learn like history, that's a lot to like, you know, learn about, and like it can help you, you know, write some like battles, how they play out. It can help a lot of ways. You know, fantasy armor and stuff like that. So, you know, creative writing classes, for example, are really just, you know, learning how to write, which you will need to do, but if you want to be like a writer, but it's not really telling you like anything about how to write about, you know, a particular thing, how to, you know, like it's not telling you like much about a setting really, or like, you know, much about like, you know, different kinds of characters really. I mean, that's not true. Like the, you know, the archetypes and stuff like that, but it's, you know, you learn things to kind of take inspiration from and model after, basically, rather than just learning, you know, what to do once you have that thing to model after, basically, how to shape it, basically. So it's important to like kind of get the first thing, I guess, is the point. For me, I took a lot of creative writing classes, but I didn't actually get a degree in that. For me, it's more like history, which gives me like a lot to write about, but then also like philosophy. I feel like philosophy in writing is kind of more about the subtext of it, like the moral of the story, the meaning. But history kind of informs me more on like, you know, my writing and a lot in setting, really. Just, you know, different like rules in society and stuff like that I might want like a character to exist in as. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Also, just, you know, different legends. That's really inspiring. Like a lot of like, you know, Japanese like yokai, like kitsune and stuff like that. I've read a few stories about like kitsune, and so definitely had that inspiration from, you know, learning about Japan, the mythology and stuff like that, which kind of relates into the history and everything. Anyway, back to the video.
things like your network, reputation, credibility, or any community you've already built. Maybe people already trust you in another field.
Definitely don't have
Or
social
you've built an
status.
audience somewhere else that you can bring into your art.
I don't have much of an
Inner
audience at the
status,
moment,
on the other hand, is
so
about
not
things
really
like having
benefiting too
confidence in
much from that.
yourself and high self-esteem, which are also advantages. To use myself as an example, the unfair advantage I had when starting art mainly came from the education and expertise side, having studied teaching and Japanese in uni. At the time, it definitely didn't feel related to art at all. If anything, I honestly thought that I'd wasted all those years. But looking back now, those
I definitely
things
don't feel
ended
like
up
I've wasted,
becoming a huge
you know,
part of
university
what made me unique.
getting like a history and philosophy degree, because I know a lot of people say that, but that feels like kind of me. I feel like the philosophy is really like important, actually. Like I took a critical thinking class, and after that I was like really interested in philosophy. When I didn't have too much interest, I kind of take it just as a requirement. Um, but it really like shaped my thinking a lot in a lot of ways, really, like all over the place. Um, and so after that, I think it was just something I really wanted to like explore more. And yeah, I think it's like it can blend into like kind of the theme and the meaning kind of behind the story quite a bit. So I kind of just kept digging. Yeah, was very interested.
Because of my teaching background,
I feel
when I
like
started learning art,
I feel like that learning how to think about everything pretty much is just really important in like so many aspects of life. And I feel like I would actually kind of like prefer more people get that kind of way of thinking and analyzing things rather than, not. I don't know.
approached it through the lens of a teacher and kept asking myself, what is the most effective way to learn this? How do I improve in the fastest way possible? So instead of just drawing randomly and hoping to improve, I created a learning plan for myself, combining what I knew about learning efficiently based on the science, plus lots of trial and error. And this helped me improve faster. On top of that, being able to speak Japanese meant I could also learn from Japanese resources, which was really important because when I first started, there was very little high quality English material on learning anime art. And later on, it also
I do have like some books I picked up. I haven't browsed through them too much. One I read through like the first 8 pages, but I'm probably gonna read more later. And like I do feel like, it was kind of difficult finding ones that like you really gotta look through the pages or like the reviews to really know like if it's a book that is gonna actually teach you how to draw things properly, or if it's gonna be one of those books where it's like step A, you have this circle and stuff. Step B, it now has like a face and stuff. And then step C, it's got all this arm on it. Boom. That's how you draw it. It's like, okay, but there's so many steps in between all of those. Like, how do I get from A to B? Or B to C? Like, it's kind of just wasting your time, really. So you kind of gotta make sure it's like a book that you can follow, basically. And reviews are kind of helpful in that, because some people will mention like, this book isn't really that useful for beginners, or like, this book doesn't really explain how to go from A to B. But especially if you can like open and look through, you can kind of gauge like, okay, if I was doing this, could I follow along with it? And I think that's pretty important. Otherwise, it's kind of just a meme that the drawing book does not actually tell you how to draw when it's supposed to.
also meant that I could reach Japanese audiences and work with Japanese companies more smoothly. The point is, we all
Is
have
Clip Stereo
some
Paint
of these unfair advantages
Japanese?
that's very hard for anyone else to copy, especially not in the exact way and combination that we have them. Which is why one of the best strategies as an artist, especially if you started late, is to aim not to be the best, but to be the only. Because by blending your past experiences,
That is an interesting
skills,
position.
and personality with your approach to art, you end up becoming the only person who create what you create in a way that only you can. And that's exactly what helps you and your art stand out. Now that you know your advantages,
Oh,
the
hello,
next step
welcome
is
back.
actually using it. These days, you don't just have to keep your art in your sketchbook.
I'm almost through the
You
video.
can literally bring your ideas and your tastes as an artist to life in the real world as actual products without having to pour lots of money or time into creating it by using a platform like Printful, who's kindly sponsoring today's
Oh,
video.
we've
They
reached
let you
a
turn your art
sponsor.
into high quality merch. Just head over, post a lot to choose how it looks. Set one up to
Printful,
free your
where you
platform,
can print
purchase live,
things
ship it straight
on your
for
shirt.
high product quality. TV, use print behind your and avoid insert cards.
I'm not
or
sure on the
custom
quality,
messages.
but you
To
could
make
do
your
it.
orders feel life as real products in the world. You can check Printful out through the link in the description. Okay, we've
I think
talked
this
about
person
why
said
starting
like
art
that
late isn't a
they partnered
disadvantage
with
and
Hololive
how
or
it
something like
actually
that.
makes you have strengths that others don't. But the next big question is, how
They
do
were
you actually
able. They said
practice
they were
in a
able to
way
work
that makes you
with
improve fast?
Japanese companies or something
Because a lot of artists
due
do
to
put in the
knowing
hours,
Japanese.
but they're accidentally following myths and
I think
bad
Hollow
advice
Live might have
that
been
keeps
one
them stuck,
example.
even when they're working hard. Which is why I made this video, where I break down the 5 common myths that hold artists
This
back,
channel, by the way, is
and the
Ori
rules you should
Days.
follow
I think
instead
they've got
to
some
actually
interesting
enjoy
videos
and
about
finally
drawing.
get good.
Um, I think they might be a pretty established artist.
At art. This was Ori. Thanks so much for watching all the way to the end, and I'll catch you in the next video.
I always think it's like also kind of interesting how like I've not seen a VTuber like this, where it's just like you have this one VTuber girl beneath them that's just sitting there kind of silently, not, you know, talking all that much. Well, not talking at all. And then you have like this little critter like on top of their head that's the actual kind of VTuber talking to you. It's kind of just funny how you have this like one person just kind of staring at you the whole time, not saying anything. I don't have the patience to learn how to draw. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot, but I felt like, you know, having these streams kind of gives me like a bit of an excuse. 'Cause I can do drawing streams and make stuff like this, which it's not impressive, but you know, it'll be something to kind of look back on in a year, maybe. Once I've learned more, kind of both on and off stream, maybe. Let's see. I can maybe put up another video. Complete guide to shading is not going to be too useful for me at the moment. How to draw? We watched that.
For the past 100 days,
Okay,
I challenged myself to not rip every page.
we can maybe follow along with this video.
Alright, I'm kidding. It
This
was
one's more of a
actually
guide.
learning how to draw. With zero experience,
I've got my sandwich
things
finished.
didn't go exactly as I planned. And just as I started getting the hang of traditional art, I scrapped it all and switched to digital art. Over the course of 100 days, I faced frustrations, setbacks, and moments where I wanted to quit. But eventually, I finally broke through, going from this to this. And here's how. I started day 1 very clueless. As a complete beginner in art, I had no idea where to start. But I know why I wanted
Alright,
to
that's
start.
where I'm at,
So I
basically.
went online, grabbed a picture of my favorite character Kana, and tried
You have to start somewhere. I don't think any artist started drawing perfectly. That is true.
my best to replicate everything I see and put it on paper. And this was the result. Since I'm writing this script around 4 months after the last time I saw this drawing, you have no idea how hard I'm trying right now to not rip this page out and stash it somewhere so no one can ever see it again. Seriously. Oh yeah, I immediately got another harsh reality check because I couldn't even draw a circle. So I thought to myself, this was gonna be a long 100 days. For the next couple of days, I did a little bit of everything. Faces, hair, and bodies. I'll be quite honest with you. 4 days into my art journey, I was lost. I was quick to blame my pencil, but even after switching to a mechanical pencil, my drawing didn't improve, and I had a realization that maybe I just wasn't good enough for this. I wanted to quit right there. Looking at the art I was drawing, I just thought I was not making enough meaningful progress to continue. However, things changed on day 5. I
Yep,
sat
day
down with
5.
a positive mindset and just drew without any pressure to do well. I had my first big breakthrough and drew this. Even
Oh,
now,
that's pretty
100
good.
days later, this drawing of Mikel still holds a special place in my heart. Yes, I'm looking at it now with 100 days of experience. There's so many things I can nitpick and so many mistakes I can see with a glance of an eye, but I am still proud of this art. Because back in my day 5 mind, this was the best thing I've drawn in my life, and it made me believe I can do this. I am actually getting better at drawing. And for that, this drawing of Mikel will continue to carry special memories for me, and I will probably cherish this piece forever. In my second week of learning how to draw, I mostly did studies. Back then, I don't know what I was thinking. I jumped from drawing faces for 2 days to drawing hair for 3 days, then jumped right into bodies. Then everything at once. Not only that, but I had trouble sticking to one thing longer than 3 days. Looking back, it was a crucial mistake. So I want to show you these drawings I did. At a glance, you can obviously tell I did not learn proper proportions and anatomy, because the neck on the left is really long, like a giraffe. Then in the side profile drawing, the head is way bigger than normal. It obviously didn't come out well, but I think it's still progress. On day 10, I did a drawing of Chisato that was memorable and at the same time frustrating. I remember that I was completely mind blown because as I was trying to replicate the reference, midway through, I realized.
Still think so far, the one drawing I did, this one is still probably my favorite so far. I mean, I feel like the head is a bit long, but I don't know. Other than that, it's pretty good. You know, the snake is a bit goofy, but it's still pretty good. At least for me.
I realized I did not have the experience and preparation to draw this. The character was actually doing a pose, and I was just not ready for it. You see, before this drawing, my past art was all characters.
I need to see if
from the front,
I need to see if there's like something I can set up to connect to like the edge of my current desk to just kind of extend it out a bit to give me more like space. I wonder if that's a thing. I need to browse Amazon to see if that's if what I'm imagining exists. I assume so, if I can imagine it. But just to give me like more space to rest my arm on while I'm drawing. 'Cause it's harder to draw when you're part of your arm is just focused on like raising it. Like you can't just lean on the table too much. And so that is one difficulty I'm having at the moment.
Chisato here is raising her legs and skirt interacting with what her legs are doing. Her hands are flashing some signs while she is positioned at a side angle. Anyways, I could keep
Her hands
going
are flashing some signs.
Oh, by the way, I haven't learned how to draw hands yet. So yeah, hopelessness was all I felt after finishing this. On day 15, I spent a couple of days finally learning how to draw hands and feet. I know what you might be thinking. Since a lot of characters wear shoes, is it even necessary to learn how to draw feet? Yes, it is.
It does kind of feel like it's important to focus on like one particular area. I think that's really what he's getting at, is just focus on one particular area rather than trying to do everything all at once. Hands are notoriously annoying to draw. I know there's like some strategies where like, you know, let's say this is like coming from a body, like this is a hand, and you'll have like a triangle here. And then you'll just kind of like, you know, you can kind of, I don't know, just kind of fill this in. This is my hand. Yeah. There we go. I don't know. There's some kind of I'm pretty sure there's like a formulaic kind of thing to it's the same with drawing faces, how you have like the circle with the line through it and everything. This is not a good hand, but you know. It looks okay for something I just threw together in like a few seconds. But you would kind of use like the triangle to help like kind of serve as a guideline for all the other things. That's really a big part of it, is just kind of like, you know, hold on. So you'll do like a lot of it's kind of formulaic. If you want like a curving face, you'll do maybe like a curve. Looking downish, you might do like that. And then, you know, if you want like a wanted jaw, so maybe we'll do. That's one thing I've kind of realized is like a lot of drawing is just kind of following guidelines. So it's kind of like, I don't know, it kind of makes me think of like math in a way, really. So like if you wanted to do like a nose here, for example, you can just kind of do this shape. This like kind of diamond shape. And then it kind of serves as a guideline. Because you can, you know, just erase what you don't want. Like you have a pretty good nose sort of shape here. That you can kind of just walk off of. So a lot of it's pretty formulaic, basically. I feel like this little thing I'm throwing together is very quick, and it's actually kind of looking pretty good. This nose. But anyway, have you seen the Freewen looking up memes? It strikes like a... I feel like I've seen it, but I don't think I like looked too much at it. Like, I feel like I've maybe briefly skimmed over it, maybe. After seeing that, whenever I see that start to a head drawing, the Freewen meme is all I can think of. Hold on. Let me...
For the past 100
Freewen
days, I challenged myself
looking
to
up
not rip
meme.
a page out of my sketchbook. Alright, I'm kidding. It was
What is
Freerun
this?
Journey's End has inspired many emotions,
Is
not
this
only
it?
because it's a beautiful story that received many awards for its fantastic narrative and compelling characters, but because of this incredible art drawn by
Oh.
Space Dev 1 on the 13th of November.
Oh,
This single attempt at drawing Freerun from a lower angle, captioned, "I practice drawing faces in a different angle, but it looks kinda weird, lol," has led to endless attempts from other artists to draw Freerun in the same way. You see,
yeah. That was something. I like this meme. It's the He-Man. The hey yeah 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 hey yeah 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 yeah. What's going on?
drawing from this
Oh,
particular angle
Well, no, it's not that. Is it? I think it might be I said, hey, what's going on? That's it. That's it.
is extremely difficult, and Space Dev 1 published their results knowing it looked goofy
Yeah.
because they knew they would eventually get better. It looks ridiculous, yes, but that's part of being an artist and always striving to improve. This is why the wider community has turned the Freerun redraw into yet another challenge that has turned into a meme, as it's become more than referencing a silly picture. It's become a community effort to acknowledge the noble endeavor of learning and craftsmanship. In fact, Space Dev 1 has even gone so far as to thank the internet for everything.
I'm gonna need to
stating,
draw
"I
Freewen
just
now
shared it
at
because
this
it looks
angle."
silly, but oh my god, the publicity, the tips. I didn't even know that drawing would touch that many people's soul. Thank you." Everyone who has attempted to work on something
You
in the
did this
creative
to me.
space understands the fact that to be good at something, first you have to be bad at it, and it's just so nice to see so many acknowledge that fact. It's reminiscent of that old Susco drawing of which a poster claims
Oh
was
yeah,
done when they were
I've
13
seen this
years
one.
old, although it remains to be seen if they're telling the truth as no evidence was given. Some would even argue that proper redraw challenges almost feel like rebellion against AI-generated content because of the obvious imperfections that make a person's art style ensure they are original, unique, and interesting. Meanwhile, as stated prior, Freerun Journey's End is genuinely an incredible story, and the first episode of the anime can hit extremely hard if you've experienced loss of a relationship in any capacity. I highly recommend watching it or reading
is
the
such a
manga
good
if you are
anime.
so inclined. In short, there's just something so endearing about a person uploading their attempt to draw a particular subject, and it would seem anime characters are one of the most popular icons
Hold
to
on.
receive this attention.
Can I... How do I go frame by frame through this? Is it, Oh, here we go. Alright, let's get an idea of these memes. So we got the original. Alright, that one's pretty good. Bit too much nostril on that one. Oh yeah, the new season is coming out soon. There's that and also solo leveling this month, I think. Oh yeah, that chat is in the way. Hold on. I can fix that. I believe. Look at the mouth on this one. Make it bigger. There we go. We have the He-Man. We have sunglasses. JJK, Jujutsu Kaisen, I believe, or or are you just saying JK? I haven't watched Jujutsu Kaisen, so I'm not familiar if that's getting referenced. This one, it feels like it's referencing someone. I don't know, William Dafoe. Wasn't he the Goblin, the Green Goblin, and also like the guy in Beyond Two Souls? The previous one? Oh, this one? Sunglasses? Yeah. He has a good voice. I like his voice. That's all I know about him, really, is he was cool in Beyond Two Souls. Oh, that neck. That's also not really the angle. Some of these aren't doing the angle. Oh my gosh. This is kind of Thwomp face. Free win. Oh, this one's good. That one's pretty good. This is kind of I mean, it's chibi, but that one's pretty good. It's just a different style. Showing the undergarments there, weirdly, but this looks kind of like what are they called? Those little guys in Final Fantasy 14. Lalafell. Yeah, it looks like a Lalafell. People can be so creative in the weirdest ways possible. I love it. Yeah, this is kind of an interesting kind of sort of creative prompt, basically, for a bunch of artists to mess with. I kind of like this. It's like a competition, basically, that is also not taken too seriously. As you can see, she reminds me of the little thing that follows you around in Genshin. Oh yeah, yeah, the portable like lunch, emergency lunch thing. Yeah, I know that one. Man, this is like, it kind of makes me think of like those Plants vs. Zombie plants. Like this just looks like a bell spout or something. This one. Oh. This is, it's not me looking up, but I like the eyes. This is like I don't know how to describe it, but it's great. Well, this is like a Charlie Brown freeman looking up, I think. The freeman text is kind of blocking the mouth, but I think it's like looking up, basically. It's like Charlie Brown. Yeah. I think this is okay, this is like a pig or something. Freeman. I don't know what. This is like this is not human. I don't know what it is, but it's not human. A goat, yeah, goat. I see it. This one's alright. I mean, it's not like too super flashy, but oh yeah, because she's the goat. This one's not super flashy, but I like the, it's got spirit to it. I don't know. Alright, this is just another silly one. This is a cat face one. It's silly, but in a goofy way. Okay. Just gonna go past that one. This is like a Family Guy, like American Dad free run. Alright, here we have manga free run, it looks like. Ah, this is like a pixel art kind of one. I like this. This is really good. This one's okay. The hand is a little bit... It's okay. That one's pretty good. This is really good, I think. There's like a lot of lip texture. I don't know what you even call that, like the lip lines of those lines on your lip. I don't know if those have a name. Like they must have a name, but I don't know. It has a lot of detail to it though. There's a lot of people. Yeah. Hold on. Would you call those wrinkles like, I don't know, lip wrinkles? That sounds weird to say. There's a lot of people doing like Rule 63 gender swapped free one, I'm noticing. And then we have this one. I recognize this art style. We have skeleton free run. Skeletor. Yeah. Oh. This is like, I don't know if this is cute or creepy. A little bit of both. I think it's just kind of the eyes are creepy looking down like that. But, you know, other than that, it's cute. I used to watch this cartoon as a kid. I used to see it. I think it's is this Fairly Odd Parents? Is this from that? The Crimson Chin. It's the Crimson Chin from Fairly Odd Parents. What? No? It's not? Where is it from? What? Hold on. I need to investigate this. The Crimson Chin. Oh yeah, it is from Fairly Odd Parents. It's Timmy Turner's favorite hero. Okay. Got that figured out. Yeah, I remember that. Oh yeah, I need to click over here so I can continue going through this. Okay, this one is really good. I like long eyebrows. I think like if I get really into art, I'm gonna be doing like a lot of long eyebrows and more like kind of slanted kind of eyes. I just kind of like that aesthetic. Oh, lashes, I guess. Not eyebrows, lashes. Oh yeah. Let's move on. Good point. I did not see that immediately. This is kind of a little bit goofy. This is... Alright, this is another one we're just gonna move past. And we're back to the original here.
Popular icons to receive this attention
Oh.
as they
Oh shoot. There's still a bunch more. Hold on. Okay. So we got this. This one is very good. Not gonna worry too much about that shadow. What it could be. A lot of no's to that one. That one's just another kind of goofy one. Okay, the He-Man one. Oh, it's just cycling through the same ones, I think, maybe. Yeah, but, okay.
Attention, as they seem simple at first, but artists quickly find out that certain angles require a ton of experience to get just right. What meme would you guys like me to give a lesson in next? Let me know in the comments below.
I remember.
Alright, that's the end of the video. That one, it was just kind of interesting seeing all the different art, I don't know, different people's kind of ways of going about that one kind of process, the one prompt. It makes me think of like when you're in school doing a creative writing class and you're like given a prompt like, okay, a story about, you know, an explorer in a place that they've never been before with a creature that they've never seen before in, you know, a situation that they've not encountered before, basically, or something like that. And it's like, okay, there are so many different ways that you could go about writing a story, and, you know, you see like a bunch of different people have so many different perspectives that they go about it. It's just kind of interesting to see how much deviation there is, given the same prompt, basically, for a human, you know. It's kind of just very interesting. I think it also kind of goes back to, like, you know, what the Ori Days channel was saying about people have different kind of lived experiences, and so that kind of plays a role in, you know, with the unfair advantages stuff of, like, how they go about, like, kind of interpreting a prompt and, like, what they would do given a certain prompt differently from, you know, a bunch of other people. I don't know. It's interesting. Okay, there's this video on how to draw Freeman in this angle. I think I might try that. We're gonna try and follow along with this video. Do Freeman at the angle. At least if it guides us, we'll see this video. I love art even though I suck at it and can't be bothered to get better. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat, but I don't know. Eventually I just, like, it was like kind of Black Friday. I was like, you know, really wanted a drawing tablet kind of. And the idea just kind of grew on me more as I looked at a bunch more on it. And I was like, okay, let's just go for it. So, in for a penny, in for a pound, kind of. I'm not sure how big I should make this. Maybe I should move it here. There we go. That seems better. Okay. Let's see if this guides us to how to draw Freeman at this angle.
Single brushstroke was used here. We only did one pass in the Liquify tool, and there's an anatomically correct version of the original drawing. What's up, guys? Welcome. My nose is broken, my face is broken, but not as broken as Freerun here. So this is the absolutely legendary piece by Space Def, one that just went viral in the art community. Everybody was drawing this, everybody was partaking in this challenge. It was such a fun time that I thought, hey, maybe we should have an actual video where we dissect how you actually draw characters from these weird angles. So that's what we're gonna do today. Let's jump right in and start with a pop quiz. When you're drawing characters like this, what's the first step you should take? Now, if you answered
I'm saying, I'm gonna, hold on. I'm just gonna maybe draw my version over here, and then I can do like his on this other side. So we'll do like, that's kind of a lemon shape. Hold on. There we go. And then, so we're looking up and kind of to the side, so we want maybe like, I think, what if we do like, I gotta think about this. Probably, Now that'd be kind of looking down. I think we want like a smaller line at the bottom, maybe. I think a lot of it would be probably filling in. I need to think about this. There's actually like a lot to think about. I mean, they're looking up, so I think the line would probably be something like this. The horizontal. That feels right. But then I think the line would maybe need to be adjusted. Hold on. So we do. But then. Okay. We'll try that. Yeah. Maybe something like that. Okay. I think this first line will need to be more closer to this end. It'd be more like that, I think. Okay. And then, so we do the chin. I don't think I'm gonna draw it quite like that. Drawing it like looking that far down where you're seeing the bottom of the chin is just, that is way too far down. I don't know. I don't know how you draw the bottom of the chin. I've not looked into that. I'll just do what I can. Alright. Can do probably the nose next, maybe. It's gonna be like a high nose. I'm just thinking. Okay. Alright, let's go with it. Okay. Yep. Make this smaller. go with that. All right. Let's do the first eye on this side. Because I think will be the easier one. So we'll do... Hold on. Okay. Do... It seems to be the rough shape. It's maybe too big though. Uh, it's kind of more like, yeah, that. Can maybe walk with this. All right. I feel like drawing that bottom line. I don't know. And then all right. Okay. I don't think it's gonna look too much like Freerun because I'm using like a really rough reference of Freerun, to say the least, to draw my Freerun, but we'll see how it goes. I feel like I gotta color this maybe. All right. Mm. You can do bigger eyes. All right. That does not look right. Okay. I think I want to do the nose so I can. Okay. This is something. Those lines, and then Yep. This is teaching me, like, this drawing of Freeman, it actually isn't that bad. I'm learning. The one in the video, anyway. This, what I'm making is pretty bad, but... They have the eye kind of closer to the top on this side. Alright. Alright, and then... There we go. Let's see. So then we'll probably want to do the hair. Okay. Okay. Then we got... Alright. This hair is in the image is not too descriptive of like what Freeland's hair looks like, because it just kind of curves into like a narrow area and then it widens again. I don't think it's supposed to. Feel like there's supposed to be something holding it together there. Okay. There we go. I just gotta do the ear still. That doesn't look right. Okay. All right. Looking good, I guess. Uh, uh, okay. Oof. Oof. Um, that maybe helps. Okay. We could do the ear details, maybe. So we have a line. Okay. I guess it goes like something like that, maybe. Okay. We can adjust this. Alright. Then we have the neck bit. There we go. Yep. Okay. I think I should maybe turn on some music. It's very quiet while I do this. Here we go. Not that one. We'll go with this one, maybe. Okay. This is looking okay. Kind of. The neck is definitely a little giraffe. There's some way to fix that with clip steel paint. I don't know the controls for that, but I would reduce the neck size if I could. Very easily. I'm not sure how that would be done now. So we'll just roll with it. Alright. 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 Maybe we can color it now. Disregard the neck. I would fix that if I knew how to fix it. Easily, anyway. Alright. I wish I knew how to... Oh, is this the... That is not the door I wanted. It's this, but... I don't think that's gonna do it. I don't know how this tool works very well. Okay. Alright. I feel like I could do this so much better if not for the angle, but... Anyway. This is the challenge, anyway. Let me... There we go. Yep. Man, the painting kind of autofill color tool is not quite working out how I'd like. Okay. Then we got... Let's see. Yep. Let's do that. Alright. Yep. This is something. All right. Man, this autofill tool is not meeting my hopes. All right. I can't keep working on this without laughing. All right. There we go. Oh boy. All right. Why does it go beyond the lines? This autofill tool. I swear. Like, what is this? That's one thing I'm gonna need to research is how to make the fill tool work properly for my desires. Man, it also kind of totally deleted her nose. Something like that. Well, the good thing about this is, like, if you look at this, you at least know it's vtuberen. There is that. The bad news is this is not really much better than the original. But I think I'll just go with this as my attempt at the drawing if we went at the angle. Alright, well, part of that is also just learning more about Clip Studio Paint, how it works. But let's see what this guy suggests for how to draw vtuberen at the angle. I can maybe try and follow along. Once I move my canvas a bit more. Here. There we go. Alright.
Find a reference, you'd be wrong. The first step that you should actually take is to find a reference. Now, finding a one-to-one reference for something like this might be kind of tricky, so I'm going to show you guys a resource that you can actually use for free. So this is a site called Sketchfab where there's thousands upon thousands of free-to-use 3D models uploaded by users. And
yeah, using a 3D model
gives you a reference that you can
would help
rotate
probably.
and turn around to view at whichever angle that you desire. There's tons of models to choose from here. You can get realistic and even simpler ones like this with planes of the face that are easier to grasp and understand. If you don't really know how a character is supposed to look from a certain tricky angle, I highly recommend you check this out. Do not go in blind, okay? Because if you do, your results might actually blind you. So now that we have a reference, we can kind of compare that with this vtuberen drawing. This drawing is supposed to be done at a 3/4 angle and viewing the character from the bottom up. So if we were to position this model in the angle that we're supposed to be viewing vtuberen at, we would turn this around to a 3/4 angle and then we would angle the head up. Now this angle is very, very tricky to draw, but you don't have to be scared of it because today I'm going to show you guys 3 things that you need to look out for when you're drawing heads from these strange perspectives. Spoilers, they all involve the triangle. This video might be a bit of a triangular conspiracy. The first thing that I want you to pay attention to is draw a dot in each of the eyes and a dot on the tip of the nose. Now draw a line between these dots, and what do we have here? The triangle. Here it is on a style.
Oh yeah, I've seen this be talked about.
The triangle. Now just observe what happens to this triangle when I tilt my character's head. Oh my god. It's flat. Here it is on a stylized face. Again, it's flat. This is the face straight on, and this is the face tilted. Now again, plot those dots in the eyes and the dot on the tip of the nose, and I want you to pay attention to the way that shape changes as I tilt the head. Look at how the triangle just flattens. Now if I just keep my head at this angle and swing it from side to side in utter disappointment in you, you can see how the tip of the nose gets so close to one side of the triangle. right? Sometimes it could even cover the eye. That's the first triangle
Interesting.
you need to be aware of. Here's the second one. Now, when you draw a line across the eyes, that's what we call an eye line, and usually the eye line will line up with the top of the ear. Here it is on a stylized face. Again, the eye line roughly lines up with the top of the ear. But again, check out what happens when your character's head is angled. Now the eye line is going up in a slope. And as we transition to the side plane of the face, look for the relationship between this eye line and the top of the ear. Look at that. It's a slope. Now, if we connect this slope together, we have another triangle. Here it is on the more stylized
So many
face.
triangles.
Again, transition to the side plane of the face, draw a line to the top of the ear. Boom! There's our shape-shifting triangle. This relationship between the eye line and the top of the ear is what we use to position the head. Here it is in action. So when you tilt the head up, you can see
See, a lot of
ears
this is
fall
like
way below
very
the eye line, and
formulaic.
when you tilt the head
You just gotta
down,
grasp the
ears go way
formulas.
above the eye line. Now,
It's
what
a little
happens
bit
when
like
you
math.
turn your head and tilt your head, you can see the eye line forms an angle, and the eye's relationship to the ear also forms an angle. And last but not least, we have one final triangle. It's this shape right here. This is the bottom of the jaw. Here's the skull of my enemy. Now, if we just take a look at the skull from a bottom-up angle, you can see the jaw turns into a triangular shape. Here it is again on our model head. You can see as you tilt the head up, that triangle beneath the chin becomes more and more visible. Now, this is very important.
It becomes
but there's
more
something else
like
that
a
you
new
really have to
triangle.
pay attention to, which is as you angle the head down and turn to the side, the jaw will continue upwards and connect with the bottom of the ear. So even though the ear is quite often overlooked, it actually plays a surprisingly important role in anchoring the head in space. And one of the reasons why this original drawing is so funny and endearing is because this chin continues all the way down to the back of the head. So it looks like the jaw starts back here, when in reality, the jaw should come here and connect up to the ear like that. Now, the
That
art
is the
community
point.
has done a fantastic job in helping this artist out, and I've seen tons and tons of beautiful art of Freerun from this angle. It's just been one of the most wholesome things that I've ever witnessed in my life. But still, I want to just contribute my part and show you guys how you could potentially turn something like this into something that maybe looks a little bit more anatomically accurate. A couple of key things that we should probably pay attention to is the jaw should connect to the bottom of the ear. The eyes and the nose are almost forming a flat triangle. And as we said before, when you draw a line across the eyes and you transition to the side plane of the face, and
That would be
draw
a very weird
off the ear, you should
jaw
get
if it started at the back of the head to
triangle. Now,
like.
in this drawing, you're getting a flat line and the jaw is continuing to the back of
Freewind
the
would
head.
be like an alligator or something. And just she opens her jaw. Holy, that'd be horrifying.
Ear also positions itself pretty close to the very back of the head, whereas here the ear is kind of in the middle and the back of the head extends way out. Another thing to note is the mouth usually angles itself downwards as you view the character from a bottom-up angle, whereas here the mouth is smiling, which is so only based on these observations. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use just the liquefy tool.
Wait, what was
see if
that?
we can actually angle. Another thing, whereas here the ear also positions itself pretty close to the very back of the head, whereas here the ear is kind of in the middle and the back of the head extends way out. Another thing to note is the
Okay, I
mouth
kind of
usually
have
angles
that.
itself downwards as you view the character from a bottom-up angle, whereas here the mouth is smiling, which is so only based on these observations up angle. Another thing to note is the mouth usually angles itself downwards as you view the character from a bottom-up angle, whereas here the mouth is smiling, which is so only based on these observations. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use just the liquefy tool to see if we can actually change the proportions in a way that makes this drawing look like it's
Now that I think about it, that is kind of interesting. It makes more sense. Like if you're viewing it from a bottom down, like or bottom up kind of angle, it would be kind of like less likely to appear as a smile, because I feel like you would need to smile more for it to be more apparent that you're smiling from that angle, which is interesting.
Correct. The first thing that I'm going to try to do is position the eyes and the eye line in a way that matches the angle that we see in our reference photo. When you're viewing the eyes from the bottom, the top lid is going to appear more curved, while the bottom lid is going to appear as though it is curved upwards. So I'm going to just rework some of these shapes here and then make sure that I'm getting the correct angle for the eye line. Now the next thing that
I have no idea how to do that, whatever the heck he's doing in Clip Studio Paint.
Try to bring the tip of the
I almost said Clip Skip Studio.
nose up and closer to the outer eye. Playing around a little bit with the shadow here to make it look like you're viewing the nose from a bottom up angle. And the nose again is another triangle. Everything's a triangle. Now, once I've done this, I want to move my way down to the chin here and just extend the length of the chin a little bit and reposition the jaw. I'm trying to match it to the angle of the triangle that I see in my reference photo. And then I'm going to move the mouth downwards, not in as big of a smile, but instead the corners of the mouth should find their way down. Now I'm going to once again just bring the chin down, bring the
I think he mentioned earlier he uses the liquefy tool. I don't know if you've seen my drawing. Hold on. Okay, before I show you, I can't fix the neck, at least not easily, as far as I know. Well, I'm sure there's a way. I'm pretty sure there's a way, but I don't know how to do that yet. And then also the fill tool for the colors is like sometimes crossing over the lines. I don't know why. But anyway, with that, behold. You can tell it's Freerun, so that's something. I feel like it's very identifiable as Freerun. But yeah, the paint tool kind of did a number on some of these colors. And the neck is a bit giraffe. And I would shorten it if I easily could. But yeah, the liquefy tool, is that this one? Blend. That sounds like could be related. Sketch, pencil, brush, airbrush, decoration, blend, liquefy. Oh. Ah, yeah. So he's doing like this kind of thing. What the heck? Open up a second mouth. That's scary. There. There. Ah, her face is melting. Her face is melting. Okay.
jaw down a little bit, shape this area a bit, and also shrink the neck and bring that section in. Now I'm going to take this highlight here at the very back of the head and bring this all the way up. I'm going to probably squish her earring, but that's okay. A squished earring might be worth the price of having, you know, proper anatomy. So again, just bring that jaw all the way up.
Yeah,
and
it is.
I'm also going to bring back the backside of the head. It's running away right now. It's gone on a bit of a field trip. It's trying to leave, but let's bring it back. This part is starting to look a lot better to me. It's starting to
Definitely
look
looks
more
better.
natural, but there's still one triangle that we've yet to address, and that triangle is the triangle between the eye line and the top of the ear. So I'm gonna have to slowly just shift this entire ear down. And while I'm bringing it down, I'm also going to bring this ear back towards the back of the head. So when I'm doing this, I'm also going to be pushing the back of the head forward just to bring it forward to meet the ear. And I also want to round out the back of the head a little bit and round out the front of the head a little bit more. Now, unfortunately, the earring is looking like it's been warped inside of a black hole. And just like that, not a single brushstroke was used here.
Oh my gosh, I'm switching between those.
Tool, and there's an anatomically correct version of the original drawing. Now
let me make it bigger. With him switching between these.
Of a black hole tool, and there's an anatomically correct version.
That is so weird to look at.
Original drawing. Now let's do a double check.
If you just made into a GIF
in each eye and connect that to the tip of the nose, and what do we have? A flattened triangle. Check number 2. Draw a line across the front of the face for the eye line, and then connect that eye line at the side plane to the top of the ear, and we have another triangle. Check number 3. Let's draw a line down to the jaw from the bottom of the ear, and let's draw a line to the chin and connect that back to the other side, and again we have a bottom facing triangle. So everything here checks out and everything matches up with an anatomically correct version of our reference. Now the original artist just recently has actually done an updated version of the original drawing, and you really got to respect the willingness to learn and the willingness to take feedback. There's tons of improvements here. You know, the eyes are in the correct perspective now. The eye line seems to match up much better with the rest of the face, and the jaw.
I feel like there's improvements with this one, but there's also like, you know, the eyes aren't, you know, the right, they aren't colored like Freeland's. The nose is good in some ways, but also, I don't know, the coloring, I feel like I like having the like lines visible rather than just kind of blends of color, unless it's like really well blended. Just having like no lines in between the different colors is kind of a bit drawing. But in some ways it is also better in terms of like the placement of the ear. Yeah, to some degree the nose.
Doesn't continue all the way to the back of the head anymore, which is again a huge improvement. But still, you know, if we just do a check for the 3 triangles, okay, so the eyes,
yeah, the anatomy is definitely
that looks pretty
a little
good,
more
the eye line,
realistic.
as you get to the side plane of the face, should lead you back down to the top of the ear, and you can see the ear might just be a little bit too high. So here you could probably place the ear somewhere here for a more convincing look at this perspective. But you can see the original artist has actually moved the ear back to the back of the head versus you can see before it was kind of in the middle of the head. So again, improvements there. And that's all that matters. You know, we're not here to produce perfect drawings. We're just here to get better step by step. So that's the tip of the chin, and this triangle should actually attach to the bottom of the ear. That's how you know the jaw ends and the back of the head begins. And then it's going to come around to this side and wrap around over on the other side, and this should form a triangle. So the shape this time is much better than, you know, what it was before. You know, there could be improvements. There always could be. Now the mouth should also wrap around the front of the face in a shape that looks more like that. Now, if we just kind of use our liquify tool and bring some of those elements back into the places that, you know,
I feel like this Freeman looks a little bit more like a killer Freeman.
We talked about, the one at the front of the face,
like the other one is kind of like goofy and, you know, adorable. And this one looks like, you know, she's a like murder you or something.
Just beneath the chin. And it's very important when you're drawing heads from a bottom up angle to make sure that the jaw actually does connect to the bottom of the ear. It's one of the main anchor points on the side of the head that really gives you a sense of positioning and perspective. But you can see again with the before and after, you don't really need crazy good rendering to make your character look more convincing. All you really need is just some understanding of anatomy and perspective. And also, if this angle is giving anybody else a lot of trouble, find a reference, okay? Go on Sketchfab, go turn the head a little bit, find the angle that you're looking for. It's always recommended to use a reference when you don't know what you're drawing, because that's the only way that we can learn. Otherwise, you're kind of just feeling your way around in the dark. Anyway, so despite the fact that my face is broken, I still want to
Sketchfab though. That's something I can look into maybe.
Look out for when you're drawing heads in tricky angles. Hopefully this helps you guys out. Hopefully this makes
For getting like a 3D model reference.
And on the off chance that the original artist of this piece actually sees this video, I just want to say you're doing a fantastic job. You've picked up a pen, you're actively learning, and you're actually looking for advice and open to feedback from other people. And on top of that, you're also implementing the things that you're learning. So I think you're definitely on the right track. So thank you for your service to the art community and for bringing everybody together behind this challenge. This is one of the most fun things that I've seen in a long time, and I hope we can get to do more stuff like this in the future to hopefully help people out, because art is not something that's unapproachable. All you really gotta do is sit down, have some patience, and just be willing to learn. So with that being said, subscribe to my channel if you want to see more art content like this, and check out my Patreon for monthly tutorials where I...
As a kid, I used to look at my own hand as a reference for drawing one. Yeah. I heard one person talk about how, like, one trick they have is just dressing up and, like, taking pictures in that, you know, in certain clothing to, like, get a feel for how to draw and stuff like that. Or, like, certain, like, poses, basically. And then the funny thing they said is, like, they apparently had someone walk in on them while they were doing this, taking these pictures. And, it's not something you want, you know, your family member walking in on if you're, like, a guy doing, like, a super feminine pose for an anime girl character that you want to draw. And, like, you know, you have like your father or something walk in. That could be very weird. But you know, that is a good idea anyway. Just would need to make sure you have like the privacy for that.
Go a little bit more in depth on topics just like this one. That being said, I love you guys and I'll see you on the next video where hopefully my face is better. Damn.
Oh yeah, the PewDiePie video is largely also kind of what got me into this. That was a big reason I kind of started thinking about this. It's just, you know, it's kind of interesting how much PewDiePie... You can maybe watch through that quick. PewDiePie drawing 1 year.
I drew every day for a year. What's the progress? Was it worth it? So this all started as a
So this is like the video that kind of really inspired me
video, and I picked art
as well.
because I thought it was easy to track. Like, I'll draw for 30 days, I can show the first day, and then I can compare it to the last day. That'll be interesting to see. Did I make progress?
Yeah. I've not been a huge watcher of PewDiePie really recently, but I feel like this video really made waves with a lot of people.
People were so encouraging on the video, and I really enjoyed picking up drawing, so I kept going.
Like,
And I did
even
100
outside,
day one,
you
and
know,
people enjoyed it even
PewDiePie's
more.
community.
There was no way I was gonna stop. I had to do at least a year, and here we are. Being here, I have so many emotions. I am happy. All right, let's dig into it. Let's watch. Sorry, my nails.
Is he gonna
This is where
start
it
day
all
one or?
started, 365 days ago.
Okay, yeah.
Day one. Is that a self-portrait? It's a beer.
I feel like I'm better than his day one, so yeah, there's that.
Yes. Man, this is nice to watch. Like, okay, some are not terrible. This gives me confidence. Here's when I started to look up tutorials and stuff online. You think it'd be better, but they all kind of look like they have some sort of allergy. Like they ate a lobster and they have a seafood allergy. The chin is very big. I probably would have made it something more like, I wonder if I can fix this. I feel bad for future past stuff. Damn, I drew so hard I can't erase. Damn, such a simple.
That is also one thing I like. I'm pretty happy about having a drawing tablet now. Is like, it's just so much easier, and you know, anything on the screen can be erased as long as I, you know, I set the layers properly, or you know, I don't need to worry about trying to erase it and then, you know, you still kind of see it. It's not really like never really perfectly gone because you drew it on too thick in it originally. Haven't seen art this magnificent since the Mona Lisa. Well, yeah. If you're just joining us, here's Freeman. Behold, my masterpiece. But anyway. Peak. Thanks.
I realized
I clicked on OBS to like continue the video. I need to click on YouTube for that.
Rather than actually technical with your hand. I think that's a misconception I had. But after 30 days, this was the progress of my first video. I was so happy with it, and I think
this is pretty good. Like for where I'm at, this is pretty good looking to me.
I should be, because the progress is definitely there. So this is my progress after 82 days, 84. And I really think here's where I peaked in terms of if you wanted to just improve as much as possible in the shortest time. I think just adding colors on.
This is pretty good. What was that other one too at 82?
There. So this is my.
Yeah, that one's pretty good.
My progress after 82 days, 84. And I really think.
I wonder what 83 was.
here's where I peaked in terms of if you wanted to just improve as much as possible in the shortest time. I think just adding colors on papers is so satisfying to look at that it kind of forgives a lot of the anatomy errors, the poor line work.
I'm not too
sketch is still
not too
being there.
concerned
Like,
with
it's
colors
just
at the
nice to
moment,
look at regardless.
generally,
Yeah, this is the
because
last thing I drew for my 100
I feel like
video, and
getting the line
it's
is
cute.
pretty important. He's also pretty good with shadows, yeah.
I did it.
I'm not even bothering with shadows at this
So,
point.
Let's check the progress from there on. That's wrong. First of all, don't do what I did. I just kept drawing the same things. Anime girl. Too much
feel like-
anime. Just bad.
I feel like the point where I start drawing shadows and stuff like that is the point where like I'm so committed to this drawing. Like once I start drawing shadows and stuff like that, that's gonna be like an art piece that I'm pretty proud of already. That I just keep wanting to improve. Until then, you know, I'm just kind of drawing things that like I'm not super invested in because I feel like I could always do better.
Bad, just bad.
But if I
I'm
find
trying to be
something I'm like
technical and,
super
give myself
impressed by,
notes so I can improve.
I might draw
wanted to be more
shadows.
consistent. I think that's why I kept doing this. But if I had to redo it, absolutely not. This is where I should have moved on to something else. I should have just drawn anything else. And eventually I did. I really wanted to draw more color, but it takes so much time to do that, and I really felt like I needed mileage more than anything. So just adding a little bit of color, sure, we'll ink it, but that's the most effort I'm gonna get into. Yeah, just sketching random stuff I find online. Finally,
But like if we
yeah,
go
just
back,
sketching.
this is also already like so much better than, you know, day 32. Like day 30 basically. Like this is really good.
Random stuff I find.
Like I feel like if you invested more time into these, the one on the left especially I really like. Wait, was that Zuko? From
online.
Avatar?
Finally.
It kind of looks like him a little bit. Like especially I think the kind of the lower down, the lower down one, the bottom middle kind of one. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of maybe like Zuko inspired.
Finally, I move on and I draw boys. This is the boys arc. I drew
The boys
so
arc.
much guys from anime because I thought I drew so many mangas.
I feel
You
like
probably
I'm
recognize these.
way
I think this
too
is Jujutsu Kaisen.
more
I
like
think,
way more
you know, this is
interested
a
in
good time
drawing
for me to
females.
address a couple things from my last video, and one of them is just a huge thanks to.
I'm not sure if I'm gonna
YouTubers
really
that
draw
reacted to my video. I
guys.
think that was so cool to see and actually get encouraged by professionals. I really appreciated that. Another thing was that people said I had an art background. That was like a rumor that went around, and I guess I take that as a compliment, but no, I do not. I have not studied art. That was the whole point of this video. I was not being disingenuous. I have not drawn since I was a kid, but I loved doing Photoshop. Before YouTube, I loved Photoshopping images and creating artworks that way. So maybe in a sense that helped. But I think the biggest sort of thing that helped is that I'm actually older.
I feel
I'm
like
35 now, and I think
the Photoshop background, it's not really going to translate too much to drawing, but it does kind of give you like a sort of eye for art, probably. And that part can be helpful, but you know, you still gotta get like the actual drawing skills.
if I did this thing when I was younger, I would not have seen the same improvement. But I also think, you know, the improvement I had, anyone can achieve. Like, I wanted my video to be inspiring for other people to do the same thing. Like, that's my
Inspired
goal.
me.
Like, people say anyone can draw, and I truly believe that. Oh, and by the way, I wrote a blog post. Yes, I write blog posts now. It's just more details about my favorite type of notebooks, my favorite kind of pens. If I were to do this challenge again, what would I do differently? How to remain consistent? All these sort of stuff. If you wanted to do this challenge yourself, I recommend checking that out. I just didn't want to get too much detail in this.
I kind of would want to do it myself. The issue is, like, I don't realistically see myself like streaming every day or having really the time to draw something like every day, at least not too much time. And so I feel like some days it would just be like, you know, worse quality, not out of being a worse artist, but just doing a worse job. So yeah, I feel like you probably don't grow too much from just rushing things. You probably gotta like actually take the time, at least sometimes, to like try and do a good job. And so I think I also I don't know, I need to probably do that more too.
This video. But an insecurity of mine was brewing, which was I couldn't, like if I wanted to draw anime style, sorry, it's hard to see here. You start with a circle, you draw a middle line, you draw where the eyes are going to be, you kind of figure out how the chin is going to be, the nose, the mouth, the ear.
Alright.
And then you're swirling some hair really quick. This method is so helpful because when you draw, it's all about balance. Like if I drew directly, same thing, and anything is like out of proportion, the whole thing just kind of looks weird.
That is true.
To draw directly, it was so difficult. So I bought this pen. This pen is amazing. It's a brush pen, and if you squeeze it, ink comes out.
It is kind of like, again, a lot of it's very formulaic, but it also like really helps to follow the formula. Obviously, if you want to be different, then you might want to shy away from using the formulas, and that can kind of help you in a way, I think. But for general learning, it is pretty useful, I think.
And you can draw really slim lines or really thick lines really quickly. And I told myself I was going to force myself to use this pen, even though it looks like shit. I was going to really, like, I'm going to use this pen. I need to learn how to
I
draw
go, Eeps. Have a good night and enjoy the practice. Thank you. Have a good Eeps.
Again. At least that's what I wanted to do. And it took some time. It felt like taking 100 steps back, but that's how you have to improve. You know, you have to get out of your comfort zone. But I think eventually I started to sort of get the hang of it, and you can get kind of really quickly satisfying result with the high contrast. I really enjoyed. So I did some manga panels, and yeah, it feels like I'm looking at a manga. It's really cool. Getting more comfortable. It's still so hard with proportions, man. Like anything is slightly off, it's gonna suck. So yeah, this felt like a little side quest, but I'm glad I took it. And yeah, it was really fun. But what I should have been doing is draw other things as well. I did find it amazing, like how I could all of a sudden, even though I never practiced drawing a cloud, I could draw a cloud better than I ever could. So that's cool.
I'm kind of, I don't know, I feel like I kind of want to get like, you know, at least kind of decent at drawing people more before I start focusing on like things like backgrounds and stuff like that. But I do have like images of backgrounds to kind of trace at some point, maybe.
Okay, I'm done. But I think something finally sparked in me, where before I was like, okay, I just want to draw for the sake of drawing. I don't have any interest in anything. I started drawing manga panels. I started drawing perspective, and I wanted to understand these things. Drawing landscapes. This is Nihei. I love his work so much. So finally, after, I don't know, 300 days of drawing, I picked up an art book. I should have done this ages ago. So I picked up a couple art books, some more technical than others, but I really enjoyed this one, Taco, because I enjoyed the style of it, obviously.
Another thing is like, you also have some like, because I mentioned earlier, you have some books, art books, where they just gonna go like, without really explaining too much how to go from A to B to C, and so it doesn't really help you at all. But then there's also other art books where they like are just way super technical about like so much, like all the anatomy and everything. And it's like probably not the thing you should be starting off with immediately. Maybe you should get to it at some point, but not like beginner material really.
Everyone has different preferences. I think if you were to be a professional artist, you probably want to pick like a human anatomy book and really study it. But for me, it's just supposed to be fun. And I think if I'm having fun, I will remain consistent. So at least that's what I was trying to focus on. I picked up books about perspective because I want to learn and I want to understand this. And I think finally that clicked in me. It went from me just wanting to sketch whatever to, no, I actually want to understand these things so I can draw them better. And I wish I did that sooner. Again, this felt like taking so many steps back because I had no clue how to draw a body. Zero. I had not practiced it at all. I had sketched so much and I still, it feels embarrassing to admit this, but like everyone was so amazed by my 101 that I felt like, okay, well, my year one has to be really good, right? Like, but progress isn't a straight line. Like, I think I was being too hard on myself where I was getting close to a year.
Okay, a little bit political, but it kind of reminds me of like, you know, global warming and stuff like that, where the world can like heat up definitively over like a long period of time. It's heating up, but in between all that time, like you have like, you know, maybe your coldest day on record or, you know, a lot of cold days, but it's about like as a general scale, like from, you know, where the world is like right now to where it will be in like 1,000 years or 2,000 years, or kind of that sort of thing, where it's definitely going to get hotter. But, you know, in between that definitive hotness, there's going to be like, you know, cold days, some even very cold days. It's the same with improving at drawing, I think, where like, yeah, not every not every drawing you have is going to be like, you know, better than the last one, but it's about like, in general, improvement, you know, like maybe not, you know, drawing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are just going to be better improvements, but the idea is, you know, drawing 50 might be better than drawing 1, and drawing 500 might be better than drawing 50, and drawing 1,000 might be, you know, better than drawing 500. That sort of thing. Like you're seeing improvements, you know, kind of not consistently, but, you know, kind of consistently in a way. Yeah. It's also very like gaming though with League of Legends, where like every, you know, League of Legends game, if you're improving, that doesn't mean you're just gonna, you know, win more games. You're still maybe gonna lose more games even. At least like within a select, you know, time frame of like a week or so. But like the idea is you'll win more and, you know, do better like over the course of like a whole year or something like that, basically. As a trend is basically what the word I'm looking for. It's about getting better as a trend rather than from, you know, one instance to the next instance to the next kind of thing.
And I'm like, I don't have anything to show for it. I drew a full body one. And I'm like comparing it to my 80-day one, and I'm like, the 80-day one, it's still better.
It is,
even though it's just
but
like full body, it's still better. So yeah, if you want to improve, you have to kind of go through the pain of sucking again, I guess. Because it really felt.
It's exploring
like,
something new.
Cool.
So
like I drew for this much, and
also as a
I
first
don't
full
have
body,
anything to
that
show for
isn't
it.
too bad.
I think I wanted to learn to draw and actually understand anatomy. Before, it didn't matter to me. It was just a hobby, but now I'm like, I want to actually know, like, how do you draw legs? How do you draw different expressions? How do you draw, what is this? You've all been waiting
What?
for the return of, what is it?
Oh.
User Slash is back!
Yep.
G Fuel Energy Formula is and Halloween
I prefer Gamer Subs, but
chance. But you can
I haven't tried G Fuel.
User Slash. It's delicious. I love drinking it out. Link is in the description. I was genuinely panicking. Like, it's been so frustrated this entire month. Not only because I wanted to show for the video, but I felt genuinely in me like I can do more. I know I can do more. I know I can do better. And I really wanted that to show. So I really did push myself a lot towards the end here. And that's when I bought an iPad.
Hey.
Clutch last minute. super satisfying to draw with a pen on an iPad. But obviously it was way different. So again, it was like a last minute learning curve of me not understanding the program and yada yada yada. So let's go through the last.
That's
thing I
kind of
drew,
also
which
what I'm
was
dealing with right now, is understanding the program and
sketching.
just the feeling of drawing on a
Started to draw
tablet versus
body.
on
I
paper.
drew this, which I thought was going to be amazing, and I ended up really hating it. I think the colors are fun, but I didn't know how to draw hair. I at least try to draw like a full body, but I was so scared of getting it wrong that I think I just made it look weird.
I think next time I do a drawing stream, I'm going to be much more focused on like actually drawing.
This is just to try it out. And then I thought, okay, I'm going to really wow you guys. I started the line work. I tried my best to draw the actual hands. This is going to be so good. And this is the end result. And I genuinely hate looking at it. I've looked at it so much, it just pisses me off. Even now, I don't want to. In my head, it was going to be so much more, you know? And then you look at it and
It's
you're like,
okay.
oh, cool. That was it, huh? I desperately
I mean, it's
tried
pretty
to draw
good
something else.
compared to where you started.
I felt like I could do more, but I kept drawing and I couldn't. Like, it just came out
Compared to
looking
day
weird,
100, it's
unsatisfying.
like,
This is supposed to be like the most simplest thing ever. Like, black high contrast with some color. Still, I didn't like it. And I was getting so close to the deadline. I think I have like 20 days left until this video. I drew a full body with perspective, and I thought it came out pretty good. I was okay with this one, but I still felt like I could do more. So I sketched for a couple days, and I told myself I'm gonna give one last effort. I have to really like it to actually sketch it. And this is the last thing I drew. I finished it yesterday, and I think I'm finally happy with it.
yeah. I think that is his
Finally
best.
pretty close. That isn't just black, and I actually put some more time into the hair and like making the lines.
He has good
look
coloring on the
nice
clothes.
and, small little details and having the high contrast light. Maybe it's wrong, but
The highlights on the
it's
hair and
there at
everything.
least, and I think it makes it more interesting, you know, with some shadows and different pose, you know, all of it. I think I'm finally happy with it. I think for a year progress, yeah.
I don't think he, because this video is a year ago. I would have been interested to see if he like continued this for like another year.
Day 365.
But I haven't seen a new one recently, so that's a little bit disappointing. Hopefully he's still drawing.
I feel like I finally beat my 80-day whatever. This is still better. I don't.
But yeah.
I genuinely cannot thank you guys enough for all the love and support with making these videos.
I think that's a really like
massive encouragement for me to actually
inspiring video.
Doing this. I'm the kind of person that love to try different things. I try new things all the time, and I really enjoy doing that. But every once in a while, I find something that I really, really, really love, and I will continue doing no matter what. And I think art might just be one of those things for me. I used to love drawing as a kid, and I don't know why I stopped, but I'm so happy to be back doing it. It feels like I never stopped. I wanted this whole thing also to be inspiring. I want other people to have this experience as well. People say that anyone can draw, and I truly believe that. And it goes for anything really. Like, it's about practice, constant practice, no matter what.
Yeah, for me, it's like I was never like too amazing at drawing people, and so hold on, I'm trying to minimize this. There we go. And so like I'd often like I'd draw other things, and that that was kind of interesting, but not really interesting enough to keep me going. And so whenever I had to draw people, I would just kind of do like Pac-Man faces, where it'd be like, this was usually my drawing for people for ages. For some reason, this is in like a chalk kind of thing. But yeah, until recently, like, this is unironically what my drawings of people look like. And it's the closest I got to drawing people. And so, yeah. It is It is an improvement I've had. Anything is kind of an improvement, really. Then, this. Just these Pac-Man people. I mean, it's a style, but, you know, it's not really what I'm going for at the moment now. But yeah, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I've been thinking, I'm not sure if I want to go into League or maybe just end stream. Or I could do more drawing, but you know what? Let's do one more drawing. Just something to end off on. Alright. Got a new canvas. Let's do some music and we'll just kind of draw for however long until I finish. What's a good song for drawing? You know what? We'll go with Amelie. Alright. So we'll do... Let's get a good feel for this canvas. Zoom out a bit, if I can. Oh, I think I need to select this, and then... There we go. Alright. We're gonna do size 10 brush, maybe. Alright, let's just practice drawing circle for a bit. That works. That is a good tip for getting a circle right. Okay. Alright. I'm just kind of experimenting with drawing from the side. I've not done this before. What would you? Not bad. All right. All right. Alright. I just got PewDiePie in the top corner here. Hold on. There he goes. I think I need to... Yeah, no, I feel like that. Not sure how to fix that, really. I feel like it looks worse when I try to fix it. This isn't too great, but I do like the eye. I haven't been able to do any coloring really with the eyes yet, but I feel like I did pretty good with this. This one. It's a really good tip to like just kind of erase like a circle and then a smaller one, and just kind of to get that sort of light reflection, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. This is stream one, I guess. Alright. We will go with this. Alright. I think I'll maybe end stream here. So we will head to the stream ending scene. Boom. Oh yeah, we can also quickly... So yeah, when I started the stream, I already kind of did these kind of tracing. Just to kind of, I don't know. I feel like I could reproduce these eyes if I wanted to. And then, yeah. And that's kind of the point of this, is just to kind of learn the shapes of things. I might try and, like, next stream do this and then try and incorporate it into, like, my own kind of drawing. I feel like that would be a good way to kind of learn things. But we did this following a video. Kind of meh, to be honest. Looks like an orc lady or something. We have this picture, which, honestly, not too bad. Not too bad. For me, not too bad. We have this free one, which, I mean, it's got the color, so that I feel like the color really kind of carries it, to be honest. but it is pretty mediocre for Ren. First time drawing a character that from a kind of media. I haven't drawn a character from media before, really. So that's a first. And then we've got this kind of a from the side kind of view. So yeah,